Chasing the charts under neon skies. Hola Prime's the name where the profits rise. Fingers on the key strings taking flight. We trade the future, we own the night. Hola Prime, the rhythm of the trade, where the bold and the fearless are made. From London to New York, the thrill's the same.
Markets are unpredictable, volatile, complex, but your trading journey doesn't have to be. Hola Prime TV is now live. Every trading day, join top coaches as they break down real-time setups, key levels, live trades across Forex, futures, and crypto. From Tokyo's early momentum, to London's open surge, to New York's high volatility action. We decode every move live. Get sharp analysis, clear strategies, and insights that actually make sense. And yeah, we don't just break down charts, we crack a few smiles too. Only on Hola Prime TV. This is more than content, this is infotainment and beyond. Markets are unpredictable, volatile, complex, but your trading journey doesn't have to be. Hola Prime TV is now live. Every trading day, join top coaches as they break down real-time setups, key levels, live trades across Forex, futures, and crypto. From Tokyo's early momentum, to London's open surge, to New York's high volatility action. We decode every move live. Get sharp analysis, clear strategies, and insights that actually make sense. And yeah, we don't just break down charts, we crack a few smiles too. Only on Hola Prime TV. This is more than content, this is infotainment and beyond. Markets are unpredictable, volatile, complex, but your trading journey doesn't have to be. Hola Prime TV is now live. Every trading day, join top coaches as they break down real-time setups, key levels, live trades across Forex, futures, and crypto. From Tokyo's early momentum, to London's open surge, to New York's high volatility action. We decode every move live. Get sharp analysis, clear strategies, and insights that actually make sense. And yeah, we don't just break down charts, we crack a few smiles too. Only on Hola Prime TV. This is more than content, this is infotainment and beyond.
What's up? What's up? Good morning, everyone. How are you guys doing?
Good morning. Excellent.
You get some sleep? Good, good, good.
A little less.
Little bit.
But I'm on. Yeah. The show wakes me up.
Cool, cool.
And teaching, it gets the blood boiling. So let's go.
Okay.
Right.
Blood boiling in a good way.
A good way.
I get you.
Feed off of it.
All right. Just a quick note from my side, guys. They are making one heck of a racket still outside here. These trees are huge. I don't know how long they're going to take to cut them down, but then now they pulled in a wood chipper, and you probably know how much noise that makes. So if I do from now and then just mute, then please understand why. But I'll obviously try my best to hide the noise as much as possible, if I can. But I don't think I'll be able to. So let me know if it becomes irritating. All right.
We know you
To be
just
honest,
don't want to
it's not
talk
that
to us.
loud.
Yeah.
It's very low. I don't like a 10 is like really low. Maybe 1.
All
Yeah,
right.
we get here from time to time yesterday, but it wasn't like
give us a
anything.
number scale. Okay. No, but today's gonna get worse because I got that wood chipper. It's right. I can see it from where I'm sitting. So that makes makes the racket. Not the chainsaw that much.
Yeah.
Cool.
Well, dang.
So what's up, guys? You still in that gold trade, Michael?
Nope. Stop me out.
Yeah.
No.
It's gone pretty wild now this morning. I got some leads.
Yeah, it literally happened. This happened literally the last hour. That huge red candle that went down.
Yeah.
That's what it
came down pretty hard. Pretty damn hard. And you,
that was the one.
Tiger?
Yeah, I got out with a profit. I was just kind of going for that swing high at the 33.65 level, just because I was already diddling in the middle, according to the way I see the market with my strategy.
Yeah.
I think, and I'll show it on the chart here in a few minutes. But I gave it a little more wiggle room because I think I got in on a 15-minute demand zone. I had a 30-minute demand zone waiting a little lower. So I essentially put my stop loss below that one to give it a little more wiggle room. And I just lucked out because it touched it and shot up to that swing high, and I just went ahead and cut it. Small profit after the show ended yesterday morning.
Gotcha.
So part of me wanted to stay in, and I very easily could have been a victim of it too, but I just decided to get out and go to sleep without it.
Yeah, my inability to pull the trigger yesterday actually saved my behind. So.
Yeah.
I was saying the only thing that was off about that trade was, if you guys remember, I was like, my only what if, or my only if on there was the fact that 5,200 crossed to the downside. I was like, this is the part I don't like right here. Easily, it's short at that point, right? Like once that 5,200 crosses, it crosses to the downside. That's a short trade. So
it was enough to exactly make you wonder about what's going to happen, and there we go. Awesome. Hi, Christian. How's it going? Welcome back. And really, good morning. Thanks for joining.
Morning.
My green screen came yesterday, guys. Finally.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Okay. Are you also going to have a nice
lounge
now?
Yeah.
Like Tiger.
I'm happy about it.
Or a fence house.
He's ready to
came yesterday. They're knocking on the door. They rang the doorbell yesterday, and I'm like, I don't think this is for us. Because I'm like, babe. She's like, I didn't order anything. I'm like, you had to.
Blaming it on her.
She was
luckily, it wasn't that tarantula ringing your doorbell.
Thank God. I actually sent those videos to Tiger yesterday. Tiger got to see the monkey in the street.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Like little humans walking around.
Send them to me too. I would like to see that. I'll send some of ours because we got loads over here, especially where my parents live. Like gangs of them, but the smaller ones.
Yep.
Michael, we got Christian asking a question there. Michael, the EU is around your setup from yesterday. Shall we dive in?
Hey.
Yeah, let's check it
Were
out.
you looking at
Let's see.
EU,
I didn't even look at
Michael?
EU.
He's already got your style figured out. I love it.
I can tell. Let's see. Yeah, we can get my screen pulled
Christian's got this down, bro. He knows exactly what's going on.
That's good.
Yeah.
Figured out the
See,
sauce.
we'll come back to this gold. Let's get right to him. Oh, yep. He's right. So let me delete all of this. All right.
Oh, shit.
Again, this is that next move in the cycle. Look at Christian calling trades already. Okay.
You don't need an alert.
I love it.
Yeah, Christian now.
Well, you explain it so nicely, Michael, for so long now. So it has to stick somewhere. And someone that's actually, someone's mind that's actually listening, you know?
Right. I appreciate it. Yeah, we are. So typically what I would do, and it's exactly what you said, Kristen. Like, we already had that move, 5,200 cross. Again, this was the trade of the week. Move off the 5,200. Once that crosses, we're looking for the move off the 200. After that, the next move is the bounce off the 50, right? So it's low now. Now we got to pay attention to something. Note that this RSI line is outside of the band, right? So even if this jumped up like this, you can't take this. You want it to be something like this, right? Because that would end up going outside the band, inside the band, and then running up, right? So that's the next piece of the puzzle in essence, right? Is don't take this with this outside the band, right? Price is outside of this purple RSI line is outside of this Bollinger Band. So they're creating that outside structure at this point. So I want to see maybe a leg there, and then I want the next leg to be inside this band, right? So that's on the TDI is what I'm really looking for. And on the chart, again, that'll look something like this. You'd have that first leg, have that second leg, and then to the upside. Right, so great call, to say the least. I love that you've been paying attention good enough to be able to call this.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Right. So yeah.
And if you win on that, you got to give him like a 10% royalty or something.
Right.
Finder's fee. Right,
Finder's
Christian?
fee.
I got you. I got your back. Good morning, Webb. Good morning, Webb.
I'm putting my iPad on so I can see the chat. Okay, cool. What's up, guys? What's up?
Yeah, I'm getting ready to go shopping for multiple monitors here probably within the next few weeks so I can have it not hidden behind screen number 1 here. Divvy out some of my 20 windows I have open to some other charts so it'd be easier to see everything at once.
Right.
Cannot wait for that.
Yeah. Help out for sure.
Good stuff.
Cool.
Let's see.
We got a great call. Yeah, enjoy your priceless time. We appreciate it, Christian. Well, yeah, so that would definitely be the move on EU for sure, 100%. If it does this, I'll gladly take the trade. Gladly. This will be the next move in the cycle. All right. First move is always off the 50 in level 1. The second move is always the move off the 200 in level 2. Right. And then once it comes back here, if this sets up, which again, it may not, but if it does, this would be the next move. Right. And also just note how this is almost off this exact area. Right. So if we look, let's do it like this. If we look here to the left, and we just put this blue tracer's here for a reason, right? So we'll just put that right there. Look, pretty much we want to see that support or that resistance now becomes support at this point, right? So just give us some type of structure. And remember, it's not an exact line. It's more of a zone. I think that's what I'll start drawing out, because it's more of this zone than anything, right? So, but yeah, that would definitely be the next move in the cycle. So great job even catching that, Christian.
I don't know why, but that blue background inside of your rectangle reminds me of blue glacier Gatorade for some reason. Just makes me want to Gatorade. Not even sure why.
Right here.
Yep. Yep. The cool blue.
Mm-hmm. Or some of that glacier Bobby Boucher water from Waterboy.
Oh, yeah, that's it. Oh my gosh, what a movie! I'm going to go do it.
Did you see the new Happy Gilmore movie?
Yeah, it's awesome.
Okay.
Yeah, have you saw it? You saw it already?
No, I didn't. I saw it on Netflix. We tried to watch it like 3 times. My daughter does not let us watch movies sometimes. It takes a week to watch one movie.
She wants to watch her stuff.
But no.
You got to focus on her.
Yeah. Yep, that's exactly how it goes. She was like, Mama and Papa, don't watch TV. Talk to Mahalia. I'm like, oh, okay.
I would say
little bossy self.
Have her go play with. I would say have her go play with the monkeys, but they'd probably try to kidnap her.
Yeah, she wants to come back. Those things are. They always say all the time. They're like, yeah, they're cute, they're really nice and everything, but they're still wild animals. Like, don't ever forget that.
Yeah, exactly. Even though they are some of the shorter ones, but they're tall and lanky. And
yeah,
it's crazy to watch how they climb the trees.
Mm-hmm.
Like on that video.
Yeah. And you see that tail? Like, he just uses that tail like it's nothing.
Yeah, they can walk a tightrope, no problem, I bet. That always was the funniest thing to me, watching like squirrels walk across the power lines above the streets. I don't know why. That just always made me chuckle. It's just like so funny to me for some reason. Balance is impeccable.
Right.
Yeah. That's crazy. Well,
but yeah, another thing I was gonna say is from those monkeys all the time, they're so smart, right? Because obviously here we have a lot of resorts. I mean, more than you can count, right? And they're so smart that they'll go to the resorts at the all you can eat, of course, and they'll take some food. They'll literally go to the resorts and take the food. Like, it was this one video, was the funniest thing ever, to see them jump in the kitchen, run out there, and they grabbed like a bunch of bananas. It was like 3 monkeys grabbing a bunch of bananas and just ran out of the resort.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, for sure. Well, I got 3 old ones on my counter they can have. They have to come get them. They're starting to turn black. I like a very ripe banana when it starts to get the little black dots around it. Like, I just love it when it gets like that. But yeah, they finally turned black, so that goes a little past my threshold. But they make the best banana bread and banana pudding. Oh my gosh, banana pudding. Being growing up in Tennessee, banana pudding was always my favorite dish. It's one of the main ones down south, down in the deep south like that. And me and my father, we would go to this restaurant. There was a restaurant nearby there in Tennessee, which had a buffet, and they had desserts and things. We'd get every time we'd go there, we'd get one small plate of regular food, and then after that we'd go and just fill up on the banana pudding, like way more than our regular food. It was ridiculous. It was that good. Yeah. And my sister, my family makes that. It's been a long time since they made it, but when they used to make it a lot, I would always tell them now, okay, you guys are making this. Don't leave the little strings on the bananas, because those things don't really soften up like the bananas. So they're like, okay, Tiger, we'll do it just for you, because it takes them a few extra minutes to do it. Like, oh, y'all love it.
Y'all know.
Right. So you can pull that thing off. Let's go now.
Yeah.
No,
And
I
by the
love
way,
them.
Michael, yeah. By the way, for your British pound, for you and for, I think Christian was asking about it, definitely supported by this recent news release that we had. Oh my gosh, where'd it go? Yeah, the GDP report that happened, what, 2 hours, 20 minutes ago? So previous number minus 0.1, they forecasted 0.2 today, but the actual number was 0.4. So 20% higher. So that was good for the pound. That was the month over month number. And then the preliminary quarter over quarter number was 0.3. That was 0.2 higher than the forecast of 0.1. So yeah, that should be supported from from as far as an intraday, scalp / small time frame day trade. Pretty good GDP number to kind of support that bullishness. And there were actually a couple pound pairs that hopped onto my bullish setups. So the pound dollar obviously is now on there. It was neutral yesterday. Actually, it was neutral right before that report. So it comes out and it actually moved to a bullish score of a 6. And British pound Aussie dollar also jumped onto the bullish. So it's now a 6. So yeah, good call on that because I'll be keeping an eye on both those pairs today myself.
Oh,
from a currency standpoint. Yeah.
For sure. We'll see what these lead to.
Yep. Good stuff.
Nice.
So let me see here for you. Oh, okay. So just wanted to point out, it looks like we're going to be doing the news at 4 a.m. So 38 minutes. Yeah. I think they're working on some new cool graphics in the background, chat, just so you know. Because we have normally been doing around 3:30. We're going to do it at 4 today. So it sounds like they got some fun stuff planned for that. Maybe put some rabbit ears behind my head while I'm talking. I don't know what they're doing.
Something crazy.
So yeah, that'll be. Well, Michael, if
I see,
totally up to you. I know you're. No, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, I can pass it to you. I was just saying, I see Christian said the move will probably happen just of where it bounces around that area and when. That's exactly true. And that's exactly why I got this good old handy dandy alert set. Because whenever it happens, I will be notified. That's the whole point right there. So absolutely. This is pretty high though, even if we look at the 4-hour chart. I know we were mentioning, it got a lot of space to go. Tons of space. So yeah, this could definitely take out this area. So yeah, I agree. Totally agree. We'll just let that alert go off and kind of see what happens.
Yeah. Since you already went through the pound and the euro dollar, did you want to just finish off the rest of the majors, kind of like what we chatted about yesterday, and maybe I could jump onto the minors after that? Give Richard the indices, gold, silver, Bitcoin, that kind of thing.
Cool. What would the other ones be? GU.
The dollar. Yeah, the dollar pairs, basically.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay, so USD
just basically the dollar pairs. Yeah, so chat, just so everybody understands in the chat, we're going to change this up a little bit. So each day between myself, Coach Michael, Coach Richard, one of us will show analysis on the majors. So basically the dollar pairs, US dollar pairs. One of us will show the minors, which is all the other cross pairs as far as the currency pairs. And then the third person will kind of jump on, the indices. Okay, the indices, gold, silver, Bitcoin, that kind of thing. Some of the more miscellaneous items that are outside of Forex. And that way, and then we'll kind of rotate that daily. So you guys can kind of get a little more in-depth view of that specific, because some people like to just trade the majors. Some people maybe prefer cross pairs. Maybe some of you, focus more on the indices and gold, silver, that kind of thing. So, but this way you'll be able to get, each item that we track, a little bit of analysis on that. And then as we rotate, you'll just kind of see how, from day to day, you'll kind of see how we,
see which style sticks to you the best, right? That's the beauty of our group is
different eyes on the same things, you know. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, we all trade with the same idea, same concepts, but we just have a little different way of doing it. And this way, you guys can just kind of latch on to maybe what identifies with you the best. So hopefully that makes sense. But yeah, we'll just start that today, and you guys give us some feedback at the end or tomorrow, and just let us know what you think. Well, we'll just kind of do that to keep it
as
fresh
always,
for you.
guys. If you guys want us to have a look at anything else that we don't cover, then just let us know.
Yeah, anything.
Just let us know.
Yeah,
we are here for
you.
I
also just want to add in too. I just want to add in too, right? Like, even if it is something that's pretty cool that we haven't done that you guys think of, right, chat? So like, hey, we want to see you guys do this, or can you do that, or start adding this to the mix. You know, spice it up a bit. Whatever you guys think is cool, let us know, and we can try to implement it as well. So, just to throw that out there.
Yeah, some handstands, some karaoke, whatever.
Check out
not jokes.
Keep it PG, right?
PG rated, yeah. Well, hey, this is the middle of the night for us over here in the States, Mexico. But yeah, anyway. Right. So yeah, you guys just let us know what you think and give us some feedback because we're doing this show for you guys and gals for sure.
Yeah, 100%. Cool.
Well, something that's pretty cool on USD CAD is, as I always do my markups, right? We can kind of see that this is panning out, like it's painting out the way we anticipated. Right? Got this first leg here, got the second leg. What we're missing now is, let's put this on here first, but we end up targeting around here. So even here, it's like a nice quarter, right? Risking $1 to make $2.25. So not bad at all. Last thing we're looking for is that 4-hour confirmation, right? If you look at the previous candle, we can see that price is below the 13 EMA. So it's not ready just yet, but in the next 32 minutes, it could be, right? So let's keep our eye on USD CAD. Definitely want to be checking this one out. We'll definitely want to get some type of pullback on this for sure. Maybe somewhere around here. Right, somewhere around this 50 EMA would be nice. So we'll keep an eye on it for sure. I'll go over GBPCHF as well for you way up here. UF, I'm not really liking UF too much, I'll be honest. We do, however, have the 5200 cross, and I can tell I don't like it because it's not marked up. If I have to do all of this, it's not ready yet. All right, so 5200 cross to the downside, right? I can see that that's where we are in the cycle, and I'll be looking for some type of structure here off this 200 EMA. Going short. Market baseline is below the static, so there's no reload yet, although it is starting to point up. I can tell that it wants to go up. All right, so looking for something like this on the reload side. All right, got to have that reload. And then that move will look something like this. Shorts to the downside. Yes. I would like UF if it did something like this. Long way away, though. We don't even have the first leg set in. All right, so this probably won't happen today. USD CAD will probably happen today, not just today, in the next 30 minutes. So we'll be on the lookout for that. UJ, as you can see, has totally changed its bias. So I'm going to delete all of this. We have this 5200 cross to the downside. And just looking at gold from yesterday, it's like, see, that's exactly why that rule is there. Because when that 50 cross to the downside, it is no longer long, it's short. Right? So I'll be looking for something like this. All right, market baseline is below the static, so still want this to come up and give me that reload here. Oops. And let me type this out and copy it since I'm going to be using this word a lot today. Reload. Bet. All right. And then that move will look, of course, something like this. Now, again, with this one, guys, you got to be careful because we don't want, as I pointed out the last time, this 800 EMAs in the way. You don't want it to bounce off of it. Look what it did right here. If you were trying to short this for whatever reason, right, you got to pay attention to this. So you want this to close below it with the 4-hour confirmation. All right, so be careful with this when you want this to close below. That's why this is down here. But still nice. $1 make $1.70. I'll take that.
Holla for $1.
Right. And then I'll jump over to GF for you here. Well, GF is a while away, right? I'll still do it. I don't really. GF is that pair from last week that was really low, and everyone jumped on it long, which, guess they were right. It's one of those times where if you just jumped on the trend because it was low, you were right. But don't do that often.
No, the ones that made money, that might turn out to shoot them in the foot in the long run, right?
Yep, because they was like, oh, next time I see it low like that, I'll just buy it again. Or when it's really high, I'll just sell it. And then you realize that was luck the last time you did that. Yeah. That's not repeatable. It's not repeatable.
Yeah, we kind of had that. Well, Michael, we had this conversation last night on quiet markets. Excuse me. Sorry, guys and gals. Trying to get my voice back. Yeah, because in the chat, somebody said that they had made $150 on Bitcoin, which sounded great. But then they followed it up in the very next sentence with, I have a $500 account.
Yeah.
Right.
So you made more than 33% on one trade on your account. It sounds like
whatever the math comes out. Yeah. So I had to pause for like 3-4 seconds to figure out the best way to reply to this because I wanted to make them feel good, but not, make them feel bad at the same time. So I just basically explained. I said, well, this sounds to me like you had something way more than a 2% risk on this trade. Sounds like a 5 or a 10 or whatever. I said, sometimes when this happens to people and they take that type of a risky trade and they obviously profit the first time, it's sometimes the worst thing possible because
creates bad habits, right?
Keep dropping the ball on red on the roulette table or black, and they'll be all right. But I basically told them I did the same thing. I mean, when I first started, I was placing ridiculous trades like that. I wasn't even tracking how much risk I was putting because back in those days, you didn't really have the risk calculators built into the programs like you do today. We got it easy today.
Right. Oh, yeah.
Everybody in chat. For you guys and gals that are starting new, you've got it so easy compared to the way we had it when we started because we had to actually pull out the calculator and calculate. And I just didn't do that. And I did win some trades, some good sized trades like that, and thought I was invincible. Michael, Richard, trading's easy, right? I'm going to be a millionaire overnight. Yeah, I came crashing down to planet Earth, pretty soon after that. So
get humiliated.
But yeah, I kind of lumped in the breakout trades along with that. So yeah, just be careful. I was telling them also, I'm almost 12 years in as of January. And I still just bet real small amounts, 0.5%, 1%. I'm slow, but steady. Like I ain't trying to win a lottery on a trade. So, everybody's risk tolerance is different and everybody has to figure it out, on their own. But typically 1% to 2% max. Yeah. You'll hear anybody, any mentor, any trading guru say that. Just try to maintain that. If you're doing 5 or 10%, you're playing literally roulette. So thought I'd throw that out there for you.
Yeah.
No, agreed.
We've got million subscribers asking if there's any update on EU. A million subscribers. We had a quick look at it a little while ago, but I'm sure
I can go back over it.
Have a relook at that again. was actually Christian that spotted a potential setup occurring or
Yep.
shaping up.
Yep.
He's on it.
So cool. I'll go over GF really quick and then jump back to EU for you here, million subscribers. But yeah, just to kind of round it out, Tiger, I totally agree. You see how I was able to identify that right away? There's no way that she should make $150 on your $500 account.
Yeah.
Like, unless you're
that's why I stayed silent, because I knew you'd pick up on it.
Right.
The math just doesn't work out on one trade.
No. And it didn't move that much to yield that and that quick. That's nearly impossible. But anyway, getting over to it. Well, yeah, so we're in level 2 longs for GF. I wouldn't be interested in this until we got some type of pullback, right, to this area here. Always off the 200 once the 5200 cross. So I want to see it come back up that way to the upside. Market baseline will go below this static here and then back above for this reload, right? And that move will look something like this to the upside. And something that's kind of cool too is, once again, if you look here to the left, this happens really often, right? This is market structure. So I'm not only am I wanting to see some type of W, but this would end up being off of this area, right? What was once the ceiling is now the floor, right? Somewhere around there, right? And again, it's a zone. Right?
It's a mighty
Something
big term
like this. Yeah. All right. Cool. So that'll look something like this. Well, for GF, this is what I'm looking for to occur here. Right. And then getting back to EU, million subscribers, same thing here, right? We had that beautiful W off this 200 EMA on Monday. All right, this was the trade of the week. Definitely the trade of the week, so that was awesome. And again, look to the left here. All right, we're looking for the next move in the cycle after the 5200 crosses here. All right, and this is the cool part, guys. Right, like, let's go back to GF really quick. So this is what I mean when I draw that same old boring structure, right, of what the market maker cycle looks like. Notice how when I say once the 5200 crosses, the next move I'm looking for is the W off the 200, right, with the reload, right? If you take a mental picture of this, just a quick snapshot, right, 5200 cross, looking for W's, and again, it's 5200 cross to the upside, and you'll know because the 50 is above the 200, so the blue is above the white, right? But if you look at that and then you look at EU, this move was predicted way ahead of time. 5200 cross here, right? And what do we get? A beautiful W structure right off this 200 EMA, right? You had the reload there as well. Market baseline below the static. You were good to go. The next move in the cycle is for it to bounce off this 50 EMA now to continue higher. I wouldn't take it much past this area. This ADR high is typically where I always target. That's why that's on there, so I can know where these levels are, right? I would imagine we have some type of resistance around this area, so I doubt it just goes straight up. But yeah, around yesterday's high, I'll probably take half of it off. And yeah, TP is definitely at this ADR high, right? But that's the next move in the cycle. It's all about knowing where you are in the cycle so you can capitalize on the moves. Right, so
that's right.
Hopefully that was good.
Oh, so it was. Where am I in the cycle / where am I on the curve?
Yep, same thing. However you want to word it, however you want to say it.
Exactly.
Right?
Yep.
If you were trying to go somewhere, like I always mention, if someone gave you their address, the first thing you will figure out, once you got the address and you put in their address, the very next thing that you would do is, where are you? Normally you would click the from my location, right? Like you have to figure wherever you're going, you need to figure out where you are. Because you can have someone's location, but if you don't know where you're at, you can't get there. It's the same thing. That's knowing where you're going is only half of it. Yeah. So you don't know where you are, there's no way for you to arrive at the location that you're trying to. You're trying to get to TP Town, right? Where are you?
Right. How do I get there?
Yeah.
Tell me where you're at, so I can tell you how to get there. Yep.
Exactly. Well, cool. Is there any other ones that I need to go over, Tiger, before I pass it off?
Was that? Did you go dollar Swiss, dollar CAD already for the U.S. dollar pairs?
Yeah, I did.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, that's fine.
UF, UJ. Did I do UJ? Yeah, I did.
I don't know.
Yeah,
oh, you did. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. Perfect. Let me get my F11 going here. Yeah. So, and then I'll just kind of jump for everybody in the chat. I'll jump on some of the cross pairs. You know, some of the more popular cross pairs. Stuff that's away from the U.S. dollar. It's good to know how cross pairs work. You know, whenever especially when you've got a dollar-based fundamental report coming out. You know, if you've got news coming out like NFP we had 2 Fridays ago, well, you know, it's good. It's just good to know that you can look to some of these cross pairs if you feel comfortable with it. If you've gotten far enough along, right, to where you're understanding the basic behaviors of some of the dollar pairs. Maybe you want to trade something, but you can't trade the dollar because you're being safe, right? Because we're highly encouraging you to be safe and stay away from the currencies when the big strong news comes out. So this is a good opportunity to kind of flip over to a cross pair, something that's not dollar based. And they've got their own characteristics as well. So it gives you an opportunity to trade something, right? So,
right.
So yeah, I'll just kind of go over a few of the cross pairs here. Back in, if you want to flip on over, what we got? 18 minutes. So yeah, and as I'm waiting on my chart, I'll just go over some fundamentals real quick. So yeah, obviously, like I said, we had the pound GDP come out. So when it comes to my top setups, I'm going to take a quick look at the British pound surprise meter here. And I think we're actually above the 50% level now. So it's kind of fluctuated, the pound has. Oh, actually, wow. So we're up to 71%. So before that report came out, actually, let me just copy and paste this over. Before that report came out for the pound, I'll get this over here. Back in, if we can have my chart when you get a chance. We'll just take a look at the updated economic surprise meter. And there we go. So before that report came out, I just had it on there. Pound was at 57% right here. Now it's bounced up to 71%. So that's a strong reading for the pound. It's now on the bullish radar for me personally. And that's why I said just a little bit ago, just since that report came out, we've gained the pound Aussie dollar as a bullish currency pair. We've gained the pound US dollar as a bullish currency pair. So it's given 2 new opportunities to trade.
Nice.
Let me see. So you got pound dollar. So the pound at 71%, the dollar at 43%. So like I'm going to repeat this every now and then. Anytime I see a currency, just a standalone currency on its own, between like the 40% to 60% range like this one is, I tend to just look at it as more neutral because it's just kind of in the middle. It's diddling in the middle. I don't really have a major actionable setup with it unless I pair it with something strong like the British pound or like the euro. They're pretty well tied at the moment, or the New Zealand dollar even. So, and then, yeah, anything under that 40% is more of a bearish look to it. When you're looking at the underperformance, okay, across the currency, and obviously anything over 60%, like pound, euro, New Zealand dollar, well, that's outperformance Okay, so yeah, that's just a very simple way to kind of group these currency pairs together and then look to go buy, sell those specific pairs. But yeah, so like I said, pound Aussie dollar, which is obviously a cross pair. I'll take a look at that one here in a minute. Let's just flip on over and take a look at that. So here's pound Aussie dollar. As always, I like to look from the top down. So looking at a weekly time frame, been up, but obviously over the last handful of weeks / couple months or so, we've been sideways on this pair. On a daily time frame now. So when I look at this, I see contraction boxes. Okay, when we're talking the master pattern indicator, it looks like it, because of the news today, looks like it's finally trying to peek its head above the box. So this is where there's going to be some liquidity up here, right? There's going to be some liquidity up here. So don't necessarily want to just get in a trade right away, because I'd like to see how that daily candle trade closes the day. But obviously the goal is to see it close up here somewhere, right? That would be a good thing, because oftentimes price will wick through these boxes and just come back inside of the range, and then we're back to like what we've had with gold for the last 3 months, right? Just kind of back and forth in a tight, narrow range going straight sideways. So is this potentially the start of a breakout of this box? Could be. But you really need to have a daily candle close above here to kind of confirm that. And then once you get that, let's just assume this is closed here for the moment. Well, then we can go down to the smaller time frames and find a spot to get in. So if I just kind of update my higher time frame curve analysis, okay, well, then we can see we got obviously a demand zone down here in this bottom third of the range. So this swing low to this swing high. So I've got this 4-hour demand zone kind of mapped out already, the green box extended forward. And that's really the play right there. If I'm looking at a high probability, higher time frame type of play. But again, I just prefer to wait till the intraday session switches over to Friday, to just make sure it's kind of proven itself that it's staying above this area, this range. So, yeah, let's just assume we come in tomorrow and we've had a close in here. Okay, it's game time. We got the 4-hour down here, and then we can even go down to some smaller time frames, right? Always start off at the highest time frames because they do have the highest probability. It's where the banks and institutions are playing. But if you don't see anything, okay, let's just mosey on down. So if I'm looking at a 4-hour time frame, well, now I can see this low point. Actually, I'm sorry, I had this low point, so I need to update this number too. I need to move that one up here. So I'm just going to delete that higher time frame curve analysis so I don't have so much stuff on here. But yeah, so now I'm looking at this low point to the current high point, and then the same thing. Go down to a 1-hour for trend. Okay, it's in an uptrend, higher lows, higher highs. But I want to find something down here in this bottom third. So that's where I go down another 4x to the 15-minute, and I'm still keeping an eye on this demand zone way down here. So it's quite a ways away, but it's a cheap place to buy it. Because if I'm buying up here or diddling in the middle, like the red zone there, okay, then that's where you get chopped to pieces or wicked back hard. So give me a deep discount down here. And again, that's on a 15-minute time frame. So that's probably going to be one of my favorite setups in the near term. I don't want to mess around in this retail chop zone. I just don't. It's just not worth it. I used to get chewed up, spit out hardcore on those types of trades. But yeah, from where it's at now, just give me a simple, and it's still a ways away. This is quite a wide range, for this particular setup, but that's just the best the pound Aussie has to offer at the moment. But I would prefer, if I had my wish, right, then I would prefer where price is at to come up here a little higher before, closing intraday, or I should say Thursday to Friday swap over, and then find a demand down in this area, for a long. So just kind of, me personally, me looking on the higher time frames, I just prefer to wait for the close. Kind of like Michael waits for the 4-hour close for some of his setups, the 1-hour close, forth. Looking at it on a higher time frame, I just, it is obviously like I said, it's a daily. On the daily, it is kind of a breakout, but I need it to prove itself. It's a infant, right? It's not a trend yet. It's just peeking out like, hello, I'm here. Okay. Well, take off your diapers, and then we might talk trades at that point. So that's a little bit on the pound Aussie. Okay, so got my majors up here. Yeah, we'll just kind of go down this list a little bit. Oh, and I got news in 10 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. So I'll just do like a couple of these pairs real quick, and then we'll flip on over to the news. So stay tuned for that. But pound Japanese yen. Okay, so daily we're up. We're kind of clearing some of these highs. Wow, that pound pair actually pulled back, didn't it? Oh, wait, I'm sorry. We're on the wrong time frame. Okay, well, either way. So price broke these highs back here, so that's a good bullish sign, and it closed up here as well. 4-hour. Okay, so I would probably look at my curve analysis, something like this. So with the curve analysis, just to kind of clarify, the goal is, if I'm looking at my high time frame curve on a weekly, just as an example, well, I want to find that weekly supply and demand zone. However it presents itself. Is it presenting it as a supply and a demand zone, or is it just presenting itself as a support and resistance? The idea is got to have the swing lows and the swing highs to wrap our fib retracement tool from top or from bottom to top, and then back to the bottom. So okay, well, price is now dipped back down into the lower third of that swing low to swing high point. So that's 4-hour. This is if I'm trading on a 15-minute demand zone. Okay, well, where's the hourly trend? Looks like it's kind of down, huh? I mean, you look at it from this point, it's an up move. Is this just nothing more than a big retracement, big pullback? Well, potentially. But ultimately, what I would want to see to get into this trade on a 15-minute demand, looking at it on an hourly, I'd like to see, I got a low point, lower lows, lower highs, right? Would just like to see price kind of maybe come up, establish a higher low, and then establish a higher high. That way we get that first higher low and that first higher high. And once we establish that, well, that's where we can go down to a 15-minute and try to find a demand zone. So, from this point, since we've got the higher low, higher high established, well, we're still in the bottom third. So, come down and maybe we can get this to create a demand zone for us right here, to where we can buy to the top. Just kind of make that yellow, just to separate. So yeah, essentially, if I'm just kind of plotting this out, the goal would be for this area here to create a demand zone for me right here, off of this little reversal right here. But again, I want to see, higher highs create themselves. I want to see the higher lows, because again, I'm looking at the trend on my intermediate time frame or my middle time frame. So curve analysis on the 4-hour, trend on the 1-hour, and then supply and demand. So my entry time frame on the 15-minute. That's really the best way to do it. I mean, there's many ways to do it, but that's the patient. Let me rephrase that. That's the patient way to do it, to ensure that you're getting a low price, you're trading in line with the trend, and then you're seeking out those unfilled orders on the execution time frame that you're looking at. So hope that kind of makes sense on that. Let me see here. Okay. Oh, we got 5 minutes. Okay. So yeah, that's pound Japanese yen. So it's really just kind of a no trade at the moment. I need price to do its thing and set this potential play up. So we'll come in tomorrow and see if that's see what that's done. This could completely ignore what the hell I just said, right? But I just threw this out as a potential that would interest me enough to qualify the curve, the trend, and the demand zone for a buy, and then sell just before this top up here. Sell before overhead resistance, overhead supply, whichever it forms. I'm really not that picky on that part. Yeah, Euro Japanese yen, it's going to look the same, or fairly similar, I should say. I don't want to say the same, but oh, by the way, gents, I saved this this little quote somebody put in the chat. I think it was last week, and I just realized I left it here on my Euro Japanese pair. But
slow
we were
smooth.
talking, and yeah, so we were talking about just being careful on how much you're risking per trade, kind of like what we discussed on the Bitcoin trade that somebody posted last night. Just going slow and steady at it, not wagering 5 and 10%, just do 0.5%, 1%, maybe 2% if you got a quadruple A trade, right? But I just liked it. Slow is smooth and smooth is fast. So what I got out of that was, well, if you're going fast, if you're betting money on red or you're betting all your money on black, yeah, you might win. You might win one time, but then you're going to turn around and lose within that second or third spin, and then you're back to square one. You're back to zero. Whereas, the tortoise and the hare story, the tortoise is just slow and steady, but wins the race before the hare.
Mm-hmm.
So just a cool little analogy.
See, you got my little face drawn there on your chart again. Was that from before? Looks familiar.
Yeah, I
looks like a spook. Oh, that was the what's his name? The zombie, wasn't it?
Yeah, he's finally kind of growing his little arm out.
Another arm. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess we could kind of delete this guy here. Get rid of the old one. Well, there's his other arm. But anyway, yeah, when we get back from the news, I'll jump back onto this one. Did they give you a break, Richard? Did they give you the
just as I get back is when there's a break, and now they're going to start again. The chainsaws are just getting bigger and bigger as well. But I do not envy that job. They're like literally, I don't know, like 20 meters up in the air, huge streets. I had to clear all the cars away. So if something falls on a car, knock wood, not doesn't. But hopefully they can sort it out today, so we don't have to sit with this tomorrow again. But unfortunately, it is what it is.
Yeah.
Right, guys. We've got a couple of minutes before news. Michael, if I do disappear, then please do the announce there for me. Please.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Awesome. Sure. If I do get a break, guys, I want to seriously look at gold. Show you what I'm seeing here, but we'll do that after the news segment. No worries. Still have some time.
Yeah. Sounds good.
Still have some time. Maybe even crude oil if I get lucky today to slay it for a short. But we'll see.
I was telling Coach Tony was on with me last night on the quiet markets, and I was telling him about oil being your problem child, Michael, and how we look at the setups. I've yet to place a trade on oil. So I'm in full agreement with what you say about it just doesn't set up the right way. I mean, I've been tracking it for a few months now. Supply and demand. I just have yet to.
I think I might be able to do market geometry. We'll see. I've got it marked. Crude oil. We'll
just keep trying different trading. Find different try different trading setups till one works on oil.
Yeah.
Right.
Sure. Guys, I
That's
think
right.
we might as well do the news. I think we've got about 10 seconds before that. So to all our viewers, we will be back in just a moment. Again, if you do not hear from me, it's because there's some noise outside of my office. But yeah, otherwise, Michael and Tiger will be here to entertain you. But anyway, Tiger, take us away. Let's do it.
Sounds good. Sounds good.
Yeah, let's do the news. We're ready.
We ready. Ready for my graphic. Well, good morning over in Europe. Happy Thursday. It's 4 a.m. Central Time here in the U.S. I'm waking everybody in my neighborhood up so I get you guys some news. So time for your daily dose of market insights on Forex Fire. Let's dive into yesterday's key economic events and what's on tap for today to keep you ahead of the game as we navigate the Forex commodity markets. So the pound sterling is holding strong on upbeat UK data. The British pound remains resilient early Thursday, and it's buoyed by the stronger than expected UK economic data. The Office for National Statistics reported that the UK economy grew by 0.3% in quarter two, which did beat the forecast of just 0.1%. June's monthly GDP also surprised with a 0.4% expansion, rebounding from May's contraction. Manufacturing and industrial production added to the positive momentum, rising 0.5% and 0.7% respectively. This resilience suggests that the Bank of England may not need to cut rates aggressively, supporting the pound. Speaking of the pound US dollar currency pair, it did climb towards the 1.36 level, which is the highest level in a month, while the euro pound dipped to 0.8615. as the euro struggled to keep pace. U.S. dollar under pressure amid Fed rate cut bets. So the U.S. dollar continues to weaken as markets price in a near certain 25 basis point Fed rate cut in September, with some even speculating a 50 basis point move. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent fueled these expectations, stating rates should be 1.5 to 1.75% lower and advocating for aggressive easing. Yesterday, we did have the CPI data, showed inflation rate rising at a modest 0.2% monthly pace, reinforcing the case for cuts. Today, all eyes are on the U.S. Producer Price Index, the PPI for short, expected to show a 2.5% annual rise, and then weekly jobless claims as well. If PPI surprises to the upside, then we could see a brief dollar rebound, but the broader trend remains bearish. Moving over to the Eurozone, again, the GDP is in focus. The euro held steady near the 1.17 level against the dollar, with traders awaiting the GDP. Expectations are muted, but any upside surprise could lend the euro support. And meanwhile, the ECB rate expectations remain mixed. While policymakers have signaled a pause, markets still see one more cut possible by the end of the year. Moving over to commodities, gold and oil are in play. Gold hovered near the $3,375 per troy ounce level, supported by the Fed rate expectations, but capped by improving risk sentiment. A break above the $3,400 level could signal further upside. Oil prices rebounded slightly with WTI crude near the $62.3 level, $62.30 level rather, ahead of Friday's high-stakes Trump-Putin summit on Ukraine. That's going to be up in Anchorage, Alaska, and I tell you, I'd love to be a fly on that wall. Any escalation risk could send prices higher, but rising U.S. inventories, which is up 3.036 million barrels, by the way, that number came out yesterday as well, are limiting gains. The Asian markets, moving over to you guys in Asia. So the yen strengthens, the Aussie holds gains. The Japanese yen surged to a 3-week high against the dollar, with the USD JPY currency pair falling below the 146.5 level. Hawkish BOJ whispers and narrowing U.S.-Japan yield spreads are driving the move. Showing you some love over in Australia. The Australian dollar held firm after a solid jobs report. Unemployment did dip to 4.2%, and employment rose by 24,500 jobs. So Aussie dollar, US dollar currency pairs currently consolidating near the 0.655 level, with bulls eyeing a test of the 0.66 level. So just a couple key events. Obviously, the Eurozone GDP number, we've had that one come out. I'll take a look at the calendar here in just a second. But yeah, the one of the big things everybody's looking out for this week is the geopolitical risk for oil and safe havens as a result of the Trump-Putin talks that they're going to have again up in Alaska. So just a final thought on that, with the pound riding high on strong data, the dollar softening on Fed bets, and commodities reacting to shifting risk sentiment, today's trading could see some volatility. So keep an eye out for that. Keep an eye on the PPI, the GDP for some fresh catalysts. So that's it for now. Stay tuned here to Forex Fire. I'm going to take one last quick look. So yeah, like I said, we had the GDP for the British pound, the month over month, and the quarter over quarter number, and both of those beat expectations by 0.2%. So that's why we are seeing a little bit of spike in the British pound at the moment. 8:30 a.m. Central Standard Time today. 8:30 a.m. New York time, rather, Eastern Standard Time. That's going to be the core PPI number for the U.S., where they are projecting 0.2% higher number for the core and 0.2% higher for the month-over-month regular number. And then unemployment claims, lastly, previous was at 226,000. They are forecasting 1,000 less. So if that holds true, it's a little bit mixed, but if the PPI is strong, we should see that dollar rise. So stay tuned. And then, of course, again, President Trump will be speaking, last thing, around 1 o'clock Eastern Standard Time today. As always, every time he opens his mouth, flaps his lips, look out for the volatility. So keep your stops tight, and yeah, have a great day. We'll get back to the charts here in a few. Back to you guys.
Keep your tops tight, you said. Flies on the wall. You're gonna watch you keep your tops tight.
That's it.
Well done, Tiger.
As always,
Tiger News.
I do though,
with his own good spin.
I do want to be a fly on that wall though in Alaska. see how that
would be interesting, right? I wonder if they even talk about stuff or just like sip vodka or drink tea or whatever the case might be.
Yeah. I don't think there's any way they're going to broadcast that one. I don't know. Trump tends to like to do that here in the U.S. So putting people on the TV.
He likes to tell people that he's argumentative. That's what it is.
You know what, though? I mean, he kind of did that with Zelensky. I could see him doing that with President Putin, just to kind of give him a reputation. You know, that's how you give somebody a reputation to uphold. You put them on the screen with you. Yeah. So, we'll see. I don't know.
He did it with our president as well. We had a little delegation that went to go visit the White House a while back.
Yeah, not to say that Zelensky is, but Putin is far from a pushover. In my opinion, that guy is tough.
He's a different character.
Yeah, I love it. Yeah, look, love him or hate him. Yeah, he's definitely a strong leader, but it's just we don't get into politics. Yeah. But yeah, just 30,000 foot view. That's what I meant by that. Strong leader, but not always for the good, huh?
Right.
Okay, so yeah, back to Euro Japanese yen. We'll take a quick look at this.
Oh, there goes the.
What's that?
No, good. No, you good to go.
Oh, okay, right on. Okay, right on. Yeah, I was just getting updated. So yeah, Euro Japanese yen. Just looking at it from the farthest out point of view here, I am seeing that Euro Japanese yen isn't too. I mean, it's still about 300 pips away, but we do have this overhead supply to worry about at some point whenever price does get back up.
Looks like we're still on my screen. Back in, we can get over to Tyler's screen so you can show it.
Yeah.
Oh, I see. There's the termites.
Yeah. You know, it's so crazy. It reminds me
You can
when
hear
I
them.
used to live. Yeah, I used to live in this same town, but like further down. It's in a neighborhood called Silva Escondida, and they messed up the roof or something like that, and they had to fix it. Oh my God! When I tell you guys, they was up every single day at 6:30 working on this stuff, and it was the loudest thing ever. Like I couldn't get any work done,
It's
and
like you could hear it in the
there
back of your skull vibrating.
we couldn't even talk to each other. We were yelling in the house, like it was that loud. We're yelling.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah, it's mine now at
But,
the moment at home. We discovered a lot of damp behind our plaster in the kitchen. And it's quite a long wall. And we had to literally break off all the plaster until we got to the bricks. And we found the neighbors got a huge tree. And the roots actually went into between the bricks and the plaster in most of the area that that we took the plaster off on, and it looks like the upside down from Stranger Things. It's like something growing in the wall there, and so
yeah.
they are busy with that. Luckily, I'm sitting here today because I just can't deal with that. They are busy trying to sort that out now, replaster and all that. You know, you spend all your time cleaning the home the whole time, especially you got kids, and now you're gonna get back home with just dust everywhere. It's like, oh no,
Yeah.
can't deal with it.
No.
Yes.
But it has to be done.
Yeah. I always like to think it's temporary. It'll be over with. Not too. It sucks when you're going through it, but it'll be over soon, and you'll be glad it happened. As in most cases.
Oh, I can't get my throat clear.
You watched Stranger Things, Richard?
I did, yeah. I loved it. It was awesome. A bit of nostalgia, that old music and stuff, and the clothes they wear, and that I love that. It's very cool.
Yeah, yeah, we binged it.
Back in.
I watched it like myself, and then when the kids were old enough, we could watch it again. It was like, yes, we could watch this again. I think that's a good thing about being a father. It's watching those things again that you can watch with your children the second time or third time around.
Yeah. No, I loved it too.
Yeah.
I loved it. I was like, man, I've never watched a TV show with kids like this and found it so interesting. Like it was amazingly good. My
it's good to
niece
show off
told her, she was like,
that you like. Yeah.
she loved it, and she was like, oh, for her birthday she wanted a shirt. It was like in the world of tens being 11 or something like that. I forget what the shirt said, but she's like, it's Stranger Things. And I'm like, oh, okay.
Oh, yeah.
She's like, did you watch the show? And I'm like, no. She's like,
what are you on about?
Good. Yeah, I'm like, okay. We watched one episode. We was hooked. I had to call her back. I'm like, Cassidy, I'm still watching. I'm on season 2. That was awesome.
Yeah, no, I really enjoy that show. I think the next one's coming out in this year or next year, early next year.
Yeah. So I seen a glimpse of, I think of it, or like an ad on what was it, Netflix yesterday. So I think you're right.
Yeah,
I think you're right. Yeah, really enjoyed that show.
I guess.
I'm gonna say Stranger Things and Game of Thrones were just 2 shows that I did not expect to be good, and they were just amazingly good.
Yeah, except for the end of Game of Thrones, that last ending wasn't that great. A lot of people.
No, it wasn't. I was very upset. I was so underwhelmed.
Yeah, it was.
That's another one I haven't seen. But anyway.
Oh, Web saying it's coming out in December.
We'll say it's coming in December. Okay.
Right on for Christmas.
Nice.
Get that viewership up. There you go, Tiger.
All right. Getting back into some charts here.
Go.
Yeah, so we got the EJ, the Euro Japanese yen, pretty high up when we're looking at the higher time frame curve. So I'd probably be more interested in looking at something on the smaller time frame, very similar to the one we just looked at, the pound Japanese yen, right? This is pretty much probably going to be a very similar picture, albeit I guess we will have a little deeper of a retracement. So just looking at it from this 4-hour time frame, we got this low, we got this high. Wrap that curve analysis around it. Only care about buying in the bottom 33. Now, here's the thing. I will from time to time, kind of like I did on gold yesterday, look in the middle, but only with only with some extreme caution and less risk, right? So, but looking at it on an hourly time frame, well, trend is down now, essentially, as we've busted these lows here. High, we had a low, we had a lower high, lower low, right? So this is very similar to the pound Japanese yen. Just need to see price kind of reverse, come down here and start to get that new uptrend formed before going down to the 15. I mean, this is literally the same thing, right? Before coming down to find a demand zone to buy. So same thing. Just need a zone created somewhere in that area. That's the patience. That's hard to time. I mean, that's hard to do. That's where you got to sit on your hands and stuff like this. And it can be tough, but hell, I even kind of in the wrong spot because I need that zone to be further down in the bottom 33. What am I doing, Tiger? There we go. That's a little more like it, right? That's what I'm doing. That's what I'm interested in order for this boogeyman to give me a trade. Okay. Kind of looks like Spider-Man now that I look at it. Spider-Man hand. Swiss Jap. What we got on Swiss Jap here? All right. There was a no loitering sign. That means that was a 4-hour retail chop zone up here. So what's Swiss Jap doing? It's pretty well turning the corner, huh? Look at it on a daily. We had this really nice up move for quite a while, but what are we looking at with lows and highs? Well, had a low point down here, and then it just went straight up. I mean, had tiny red candles along the way. I guess you could call this a low point here. But then we had a nice little double top, triple top. By the time you go down to some of these smaller time frames, there's a high point, there's a top, a double top, almost a triple top. Is this another one that's on the way down? Well, I don't know. It's in the infancy stages. Swiss Japanese yen, just looking at it on my fundamentals, I know it's a neutral rating, but are we on the bullish or bearish side of that? Swiss Japanese yen. So we are on the bearish side. So it's a neutral score, but it's -4. So I just need one more negative piece of news for the Swiss franc or one more good positive piece of news for the Japanese yen. And this will officially be on my bearish bias screen. So I'm just going to kind of start planning for that. So working on trying to flip over. Obviously, when you move it down to a 4-hour, we've pretty well established that downtrend. So we could take our curve analysis from here as well. Probably even the daily. Just looking at the daily. This swing high, swing low. Back to the 4-hour. Clearly, we're in a downtrend. What do I have a supply zone on the 1-hour? We kind of have one in this area. A lot of volume spread analysis, expanded range candles down at the bottom. I love that. Okay, right here with this little base in action. A lot of wicks, albeit, but still a lot of interest. I see that, ladies and gentlemen, I see that as institutional interest. Institutions, manipulating this area. If you were to go down to a smaller time frame, oh yeah, we're definitely going to see some contraction and expansion out of here. 1-hour time frame. Let's see what a 10-minute looks like. So take a look at this real quick. Yeah, contraction. A little bit of a push up, a little bit of a push down. Kind of a revert to the mean. Push down, push up. So each time this is going further down, it's collecting liquidity. Same thing on the reverse. Each time it goes up, it's collecting liquidity. And then finally, the banks came in. Right, so here we go. We got lows, highs, and then from this point, this is where they decided to push the trend down. Right? Really, this last leg, that's the trend leg. You had the basing action. So that's essentially your basing action, and then you extend a line out like this, and that's your fair value line right there, that white line. Just kind of, let's get that centered up. Put it on the 50% of that box, right? But yeah, that's master pattern 101 right there. Again, basing action. So this is where buyers and sellers temporarily agree on price. And then they just slowly, somebody has to win, the buyers or the sellers. Well, the sellers kind of pushed it out, kind of wicked it out. Then the buyers pushed it back up. The sellers, this is the big banks are helping with this. But then the banks really got involved on this candle, as you can tell from the VSA candle. Push price up and then just slammed it downward. So that's why every time you see the price kind of branching out to the upside and then branching out underneath, okay, underneath, that's what happens is they keep pushing it just a little higher each time and just a little lower each time to start manipulating this liquidity on either side. And then eventually they'll pick a trend because they are the ones that pick the trends, my friend. We just jump on, strap up our boots, and hop on for the ride. So in this case, they took it short. But anyway, so that's that. And then just kind of going back. Now let me delete these lines now that I'm over that part. Delete, delete, delete. So yeah, so that's this little, that's a contraction box and expansion on a smaller time frame, but on a larger time frame, what does that turn into? Well, it turns into a supply zone. Okay, we got a supply zone that's come out of that. Last green candle up before the big decline in price, and there we go. Here's the thing. When it comes to these zones, if they're too wide for my taste, like obviously if I go from, candle to candle, or I'm sorry, wick to wick, that's going to be what? Swiss Jap. So that's going to be about 30, 35 pips, which may not sound like a lot, but on Swiss Jap, kind of is. So I can always go to the candle body itself, right? It'll be a little less. Well, it'll be a little less risk. Actually, what is the ATR on this pair? Swiss Jap. Okay, it's 130 pips. Okay, so that's actually not bad. I would probably just for the sake of getting in the trade, I would actually probably go wick to wick because it does move quite a bit. So I want some wiggle room on this. It moves 130 pips. Right, 30 pips is really, really not that much at all. If I just measure that, let me just double check that measurement. Oh, 65 pips. I'm sorry. I'm not wearing my glasses. So from wick to wick, that's 65. Gosh, that made me sound old. But guys, we're not old. We're just well seasoned. There's a difference there. Right. We'll play on words. So anybody in the chat, if you ever get called old, your kids, your friends, they say you're old, anything like that, no, you say, no, I'm not old. I'm well seasoned.
No, it's hilarious. My niece would say, she's like, how old are you? And I tell her, she was like, man, so you was born in the 1900s?
Yeah.
We've
gotten to that point. Yeah, 19. Yeah. Not even help you out by saying 80s or 70s or something. No, 1900s.
It's a 1900s. Wow.
It could be 1905. That could be 1910. No, give us some credit. Right. 70s, 80s. Well, I realized, when I started seeing pro athletes like on their profiles, when I started seeing their birth dates, years start with a 2, I'm like, oh my gosh.
Right.
We're getting up there because, 2000 2000 is when I graduated high school.
Right.
25 years. Just a number. It's just a number.
No, for sure.
So anyway, yeah, just to patch up Swiss yen. That's probably, as far as technicals by itself, that would be a pretty decent spot. So we had that retail chop area before, okay, but since that kind of built itself up, we've had a big drop and then a big push back up. So I kind of look at that as kind of a reset. I mean, it's not as far apart as I like it. I would have liked to seen price come further out here, to be quite honest with you. So yeah, that's gonna be hairy, and it's kind of in the part in the red, part in the top third. So probably gonna, if I were to trade this market, if I get a bearish signal, then I would probably just be a little careful on the risk. Maybe just drop some points of a percentage down. But there's probably going to be better opportunities with the euro jap, the pound jap anyway, or even the dollar jap. So, that's that. CAD jap, it's bouncing into a demand zone, so definitely not going to be interested in that at the moment, assuming that is a little more on the bearish side. CAD jap. Yeah, it's -1. It's a neutral. Not interested in trading this market at all. However, from a technical perspective, let's see here. 4 hour. Yeah, I mean, essentially you could look at the curve analysis from this top to the bottom here. And then 1 hour time frame for your trend, which is obviously down. 15 minutes, find a supply zone. There's just not really anything here. And this is too much congestion. So that's some more retail chop type of area. And I would just I just would ignore all this. Not to mention that it's, again, dropping down into this demand zone. This 4 hour demand zone, in theory, should be stronger than any of the smaller time frame supply zones that I try to find to sell in, right? So just not going to be interested until I see price either do one of two things: come all the way up and form a brand new move down, for which I could turn around and have price come back up to a supply zone in this area for a sell down. This is a lot of projecting, but you have to kind of look at it like chess and like checkers. You kind of got to look at charts and technicals a few moves ahead, or like shooting pool, 9-ball or 8-ball billiards. You kind of have to look ahead a few moves, when you really start digging into these details. Again, it's more in-depth stuff. It's more nuances that just come with time, but yeah, just not interested. Not interested in it at all. Had price. Well, and now here's the thing. This move still ain't over. So let me just move this to the side. If price can continue through this zone and close down here, okay, well, that's a different story. Because then I'd be okay with price returning to a supply zone like here for a sell to the downside, right? Because by the time price comes down to there, well, now we got a little bit different of a story. Oh, dang it. I didn't want to do that. Because we'd be moving our curve analysis down, and then we could see something like this. Okay, so ideally, so let's do this. Again, this is if I had it my way. Let's keep that in mind. If I had it my way. But yeah, because now we'll have the curve analysis come lower, have price retrace. Maybe we can take a look at this supply zone in the future. This is just playing, a few moves ahead. It's kind of the way I do it. Because then and it's kind of fun to do too, Richard, Michael, because then you can see how close to accurate that you are. It gets to kind of become a game in a way. Let me take a look here. What we got? If this market gets any quieter, you'll blank. That's the poll question. So what are you going to do in chat if this market gets any quieter? Are you going to drink more coffee than usual? You're going to backtest some old strategies? Are you going to play video games? Or are you going to take a nap with the charts open? So let's get an answer on that. Let me see here. I know what my answer is. I'm taking a nap. That's what I'm doing.
Tiger?
Yes, sir.
I got a gap. I can actually see the guys. He's lowering his chainsaw. So I just took a trade there. I don't know if you noticed on gold. If we could just talk me through, I'll talk you guys through that, what I'm seeing while I still have a gap here.
Yeah,
and the
I have
reasoning
got
behind.
Give me 2 minutes, Richard, and I'll be right back. Okay, I'll be back in 2
all
minutes.
Good, all good.
Been waiting.
Right. So this mess that we've seen here yesterday, well, since when was this? Tuesday. You know, moving into that zone. Yesterday we had a reaction lower. That was sort of towards the end of our session. We had a break up again. That was during New York session. Down again and up again. Now, this morning, prior to this strong decline that we've seen here, I was thinking that this could explain one or two things. Either being corrective against this move, right, with more downside to follow, or that was it now, as I marked the, these phases to the upside, assuming that it's good. Possibly, I'm not very confident about it, but one has to, sometimes take a chance that this might have been that fourth wave low, all right? Because one of the reasoning supporting that is, and this is now again this move that we've seen to the upside. Firstly, it traced out nicely within a channel, right? When I opened my PC today, we already had that 1, we had a 2, we had a 3, we had a 4, and we had a 5. And then right before we started the session, price was hovering around here. And at that stage, before I actually draw this arrow, I was thinking one or two things. First thing, that if this was corrective, that it would be potentially an ABC, and then you get an X wave followed by another ABC, so a combo. Now that didn't happen. Price moved lower, right? So that's off the table. I think that sort of like sorted itself out really quickly. The other interpretation of what this could have been was a leading diagonal. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. If I'm correct about that, then I anticipated at least a move lower, which we now got, right? And that this might just be corrective. Very volatile, though, I must say. It's scary looking. Maybe an A, a B, and a C. And then now potentially the next move higher. And hopefully impulsive in nature. And if you had to mark this whole thing, let's get rid of that count there. That could be a 1. That could be a 2. And our price might be getting ready to do something like this. That's my hope, right? That's my hope. So I got into a trade. I actually wanted to get in a little bit lower down. I'll show you this on my execution platform. But this is at ABC that I'm talking about. Price pulled into, again, a median line, and that strong bounce upwards. I just thought I'm going to get into this because if this is going to be a first, second, third wave, impulsive wave, you might not get very or a lot of chance to actually get into this because very small pullbacks might not present themselves. Well, present themselves rather than nice, decent ones. So I got into it. I'm playing this rather safe. I've got my stop below this low that formed on Tuesday, right? Again, assuming this is a first wave, second wave, and hopefully now a strong move back upwards again. Right, so I'm just going to get in it. I gave it a lot of leeway, not trading with too many lots. If we do get another decline, I might consider adding to this position, actually. just sticking to my guns that the analysis is hopefully correct and that we'll now see another strong move up again. So target-wise, it's not really specifically has to be on this level, but I think as soon as price, and if price, let's say, breaks yesterday's high, that I'll start reducing my risk considerably, right? Maybe even going to break even. And then assume that hopefully price will break these highs that were set on the 7th and on the 8th. All right, so that's a setup. I'm long gold. Let's see how it goes. This might be something that also takes a while to materialize, so I'll be watching this very, very closely. Hopefully I'm on the right side of this, not wrong side, and price can prove that it wants to behave like a third impulsive wave. So that's the trade, guys. If I do decide to trail my stop, limit my risk, or add on to this position, I'll let you guys know.
Okay, oh, nice. Behave. Nice. Oh, behave. Reminds me of Austin Powers.
There they go, cutting the tree again.
Well, you got your analysis through, though.
Yeah.
Hello, I'm Ian Zolea from FullRatedCinematics.com, and today I will be...
Who's that?
Wasn't me.
I clicked this link in the for this green screen thing. I didn't know it was going to play that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, my bad.
Oh, okay.
Michael, as you were looking for some real gangster-looking green screen backgrounds, right?
Yeah, right. I don't know if it's going to play out loud.
If it looks really cool, I might have to consider getting one too, because otherwise I'm going to feel left out.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, man.
And then they'll put us in
Can't
the desert.
Can't you paint the wall that color? Wouldn't that work as well? Do you have to have a green screen? Because my wall's
actually
Good
yeah.
question.
So funny enough, I actually I didn't know the answer to this question. I was like, why is it green screen? Why isn't it blue or yellow or something else? Right? Why does it have to be green?
Yeah.
Good old Chat GPT. Oh wow. Okay, that makes sense. So yeah, you can actually do it with anything as long as it's green. So yeah, that technically would work.
Yeah. Oh, we did have a comment. Webb says, seems Coach Tiger's only TV show are the supply and demand zones. Yeah, that's it. That's the one thing that has remained constant in my 12 years of trading anyway, is supply and demand. So, over the course of that decade plus, I've added some things, a few oscillators here and there. Obviously, I figured out after X amount of years I could use the VSA to try to mimic volume. Right. The RSI, I kind of added that to my repertoire as well, looking for those divergences after price hits my supply and demand zones. I started incorporating VWAP because I do know that some banks, some institutions do kind of look at that after speaking with some institutional traders. So VWAP is kind of a good dynamic support and resistance. And then not to mention the master pattern, just seeing and making sure that I'm buying undervalue, selling overvalue when it in relation to the temporary contraction boxes, the fair value that comes out of that. So yeah, supply and demand. I mean, I was telling them last night, the kind of the godfather, if you will, of the supply and demand method I use. He used to work on the he used to work on the floor of the Chicago Mercantile Exchange. So he was in charge of taking all the physical orders and placing those orders. Well, he got to noticing after doing that for years and years that prices tended to bounce from higher time frame supply and demand zones. Just go back and forth like a ping pong ball. And then eventually those zones will get chewed up. It moves up or it moves down to the next zone. And then the next, the higher up supply and demand zones form, or the lower down supply and demand zones form. So, he just got to recognizing that that's just the reality of the way the price action works. So yeah, absolutely. I'll live and die by supply and demand. But it's nice to be able to incorporate and add other things to help disqualify certain supply and demand zones, because they don't always all work out, and there's a reason for that. There's a reason. The easiest, quickest answer to why some work and some don't is the ones that don't work are typically because they're in a congestion themselves on a little bit higher time frame. They're in that retail chop zone that I bring up often and paint my gray boxes around, right? So that's where the retail plays. But institutions, they want deeper discounts. They want to sell higher up at a higher premium price, right? If they're taking the market short. So, yeah, I don't care about the retail supply and demand zones. I only want those institutional ones, the ones that are out on an island all by themselves, the ones that are obviously unmitigated. And you look from those zones and you don't into a bunch of congestion. So yeah, that's what took me time to get good at. And I've not by any means arrived. I'm still a student of the game. I'm still looking at ways to better disqualify certain zones.
For sure.
But yeah, it's all started and will end with supply and demand in relation to the trend, in relation to the curve analysis. Are those demand zones low on the curve? Or the supply zones high on the curve if I'm shorting? So, thanks for bringing that up though. But yeah, that's definitely a constant. Is it 100%? Constant?
And we all incorporate that some way, form, or fashion, right? Like even when I mentioned the break and retest, depending on how you look at it, the break and retest is nothing but support and resistance as well. What was the floor is now the ceiling. What was the ceiling is now the floor, type of approach. Yeah. So super, super important. And I mean, even when I mark up charts, I point that out, right? Like notice that it's bouncing off this exact zone. So yeah, that's textbook 101. This is one of the first things you learn. You need that support and resistance for sure.
Oh yeah.
Right. Yep. Good stuff.
All right. Yeah, I'm marking my charts up. You see how beautifully I'm making it. Just
that's it.
A message to the untrained eye, I suppose.
Yeah.
Pretty looking channel.
Yeah. Bought right at resistance, but it is what it is. I have to get in. Give it enough leeway.
And where was your profit target on that one again?
Oh, all the way up.
Oh, okay. Clear up?
Here somewhere. 3, 4, 10. Sky. Breaking these highs. Up in the sky. The only thing is it is Thursday, so price will have to do its thing pretty soon. Because I will not hold this over the weekend. I don't even like holding it over the night. But,
not with Trump and Putin speaking and flapping their lips to each other. Man,
for sure.
Of all the weekends to not hold a trade open, this would be. It's really been that way for quite a while.
I mean, something else that counts on this is we had this. Where's it? 5 minutes in mine. Lots of fair value gaps the way downside here. This one in particular got broken, becoming an inverse fair value gap. It's another bullish sign. But again, price can do what it wants to, right? I'm not risking too much on this and gave it a lot of space to do its thing. So pretty relaxed. Don't like stressful trading.
Looks like an Apple product.
IFG.
Do with the small.
We also got this 61.9 and 78.6 foot retracement zone there, which is generally an area where your second waves will into right there. So let's see. There they go again with the chainsaws. But yeah, let's hope. If I do get a deeper pullback, then I might actually get into this. A nice close up on this hourly candle would look really cool. It's like down, doji, back up. It would look really bullish. Let's see.
Yeah. Hopefully that's a little bit of a liquidity grab for you.
Right.
Okay, peeps, back to you.
Right on.
That's Tiger.
It sounds like
check things over there.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, we can move it back to.
It's a tree screaming. Don't do it.
Could be. All right, back end. Yeah, you can move it on back over. I'll go through a few more. We'll have break popping up here in 15 minutes, it looks like. Michael, did you have anything playing out on your end at the moment?
Nah, I'll be honest. I want to take this USD CAD, but we got news at 8:30 Eastern, and I'm gonna pass. I'm gonna just wait. I'm gonna wait for it.
Yeah. Not interested in a little 3-hour move or whatever it is?
No, it'll end up holding it and waiting. I'm gonna have to,
yeah,
I'm gonna have to cut it for no reason. I'll just wait. Hopefully it sets up and I can take it right at that 9 o'clock hour. Bang it. Just how I did EU the other day. That's what I'll really wait for at this point. And probably the same thing with EU. Yeah, I guess I'll go over it after you. I see something on gold possibly too. So EU, gold, and UC is kind of what I'm looking at for today.
Okay, if you want after break,
I'm sorry,
you want to jump on
gold, but silver. Yeah, I'll show it real quick. We got some time. Yeah, actually, back in, if you can get it over to me, because actually, I didn't mean to say gold. I meant to say silver.
Silver.
Gold needs to come back around for me to touch it. But silver looks just like EU, so I would be interested in that. Can we get my screen share? What's going on here?
Oh, okay. Well, we told them mine, so they moved it over. Sorry, back in. But yeah. 37.7.
Yeah, these are like the only three. Yeah, we got this news coming out, so I do not want to step in front of that for sure. But definitely interested in this, right? Like, I also like this because I like this on the 4-hour chart too. You see how the 4 actually looks great as well. I can take this right towards this 800 EMA, right? Got the 800, 200, 50, 200 cross. Right, so we know we're in level 2.
Profit.
This would be a nice win, right? So they're trying to mess with this, which is kind of hard to tell. The only thing I don't really like about this, outside of the news, is if we zoom in here, we can see that there's no bodies on this 200. That's what I don't like.
Oh no!
Yeah, they got the wicks. 1, 2, 3, 4 wicks on it, but no body on this candle.
No bueno.
I mean, on this
just their tails tucked between their legs.
Yeah, so that part I'm not too into. I do like that we do have the reload though, right? And it's you can kind of look at this. You can see that we got the small reload. Market baseline went below the static right here.
Yeah.
Right. So we do got a small reload, and it's kind of pointing back up to go back the other way. So I like both. I like both of those. In my view, this is the 4-hour chart. So if we did execute a trade on the 4-hour chart, similarly to the 1-hour chart, I would still do the same exact thing, which is the higher time frame confirmation. But instead of me going from the 1-hour to the 4-hour, I'll be going from the 4-hour to the daily. And if we look at this, we can clearly see that price is above the 13 EMA on the previous candle, right? So we have everything we need to actually take this, even on the 4-hour chart. So I just did the markup on the 4-hour, right? If we kick it down to the 1-hour, man, I mean, look at that. It's down there the same exact thing. this is why I really like it. Right, we got the same setup happening on 2 separate time frames. Right, 5200 cross. We know we're in level 2. Right, I'm looking for that pattern off the 200. The only thing I don't like about this, right, is if I look at this, we got outside the band, outside the band, outside the band. See, this makes me think they're going to run this on news, give it one more pass, and then they're going to run. Or, all right, so matter of fact, I'll draw it up. So they can probably do something like, right, something like this. One more swing, and then something like really hard up. I can see something like that happening. Right, and then also the second one could be, this could be it.
Oh, hey.
They can just.
Which Webb is asking which indicator you use to see the reload.
There, yeah, Michael. So this is my TDI. Sorry, guys, but I'm still trying to figure out how to get this out for free. This is a custom template that we're looking at that I got made actually. It is free. I'm not like selling it or anything. I want everybody who's like following this, like follow my process to be able to have access to it. I just haven't figured out how to get it to everyone just yet. So kind of working on that on the back end for you guys. So if you could be a little bit patient with me, please. I'm trying to get this out for you guys.
Is it like a Pine script code or something?
It is. It is a Pine script code.
Okay.
But that's like as far as my purview goes of understanding, right? Because I had someone make it, and then I had my best friend, his name James, he trades with me too in the mornings. He actually is the one who I guess spoke with him to be able to do this. But if I'm not mistaken, it's just a simple link click and you should be able to get it. But again, for let's say certain reasons, I'm not trying to mess anything up or get anybody messed up. But yeah, give me a little bit of time, guys, to like check on it to make sure it's okay to share. Mm-hmm. And this literally will be available for everybody. If I'm not mistaken, it shouldn't be too hard to do. And you guys can just, maybe you can put this in somehow, we can just share it. Maybe if it's going to be in the Discord or maybe it's just a link or something that you guys can click, or we can just put it in the chat. However that would end up looking like. I do have to have this because I think it's important, especially if you're going to try to follow my process the way I'm doing it. If you don't have this template, it's going to make it a bit harder to see, right? But you can have the chart, right? You can have this chart just bare, but you don't have the TDI. That's going to mess you up. You can't tell when the reload came in at, you can't tell if price is outside the band or not. You need to follow. If you're following my process, you're going to need this TDI for sure. So
yeah, and I will say that, and I will say this: I know nothing about coding, just so everybody knows. But even I figured out, because I did mess around with a few Pine script codes here and there. It's just a different language, right? That it reads to put the indicators on your chart. It's just nothing more than a simple copy paste save. It really is quite that simple. And again, I don't know crap about coding, but I know how to copy and paste some. So I have been able to get some other Pine script codes to work. So yeah, that should be nothing more than a simple email or something that something that you save or email out or copy paste, like you said, Discord or something. Maybe we can get you your own section in Discord, the Michael section.
Yeah,
right. That might be something we talked to Mega about in the team.
Agreed. Because again, it's not for sale or anything. Like I just got this built for myself, and I pass it out for people who want it. So yeah, as long as we get that okay to like make sure we put this out, definitely want to make sure you guys have it for sure. Yeah, this was I can't say this took a long time, but everything going here, like I'm able to see everything I need really. From the ADR highs to the ADR lows. I mean, yesterday's highs, lows, weekly highs, every little piece of detail that I'm really using to measure if I'm going to take a trade is right here on the chart. I don't have to go searching for it. So it's pretty convenient, to be totally honest. Lots of back and forth to get them to build this out. But yeah. Well, cool. So hopefully we can get that to you guys. But yeah, so yeah, I'm looking at USD CAD. We'll see. Again, I don't want to take this until the news come out, right? Because we do got that news in, what is that, 8:30? So in like 2.5 hours, something like that. So don't want to jump into this trade before. Oh, yeah, perfect. Yeah, so like Eastern. 2.5. So yeah, just looking at this one. The other one I don't want to jump in yet because we got this news coming up. The one Christian called out earlier today, right? Is this EU trade? We got news on EU on USD. So definitely want to let this pan on out first, just to kind of see, what's happening before I jump into this. Because again, the fact that we have this out the band right here, this is not good. You don't want to take the trades on that, right? And you don't want to jump in early thinking you got a discount and then it never sets up. Right. So as you guys see, like when I go through the charts, a lot of times when I draw it, it might not set up that way, which is great because it never confirmed, right? So yes, I'm looking for that move, but it could easily do something like this, just drop. And if it never actually gives me that, that W structure that I'm looking for in the actual close, then I'm just not even in a trade. So definitely just want to wait, be careful with it. This is where that patience comes in at, right? As much as I want to take USD CAD because it's already confirmed, I don't want to take it bad enough to risk losing my money off of it. Right? So I'm gonna just leave it alone.
And one other question on that reload that I thought of: do you have a preference how deep it goes before it reloads and comes back, or do you just want it just on the other side of the 50, turn around and come back? Is there any preference there for you?
No. As long as it's the first reload after the 5200 cross, that's all I care about. Right. So like now EU, once this 5200 crossed, this was the very first reload. So if you remember, I might say sometimes I don't want to take the second W. I only want to take the first one. So the first W and the first reload. Everything else that happens, I don't care about that. Because this is the highest probability to set up, right? So this might be 70, 80% that this will work. The second reload and the second W, so let's say hypothetically speaking, I don't know, let's say this came down here and did this and went up, and then the market baseline went back below again for another reload, I would not take this. Why? Because this is the second W and the second reload after the 5200 cross. I don't take the second ones, only the first ones. Now, could this set up? Of course it could. It could totally do it. But the fact of the matter is, while this is over here looking at, let's say, 70 to 80%, this one, I know we got to jump off and take our break, but this one might be somewhere from, I don't know, let's say 60 to 70%. Right? Not a big difference, but the point is, my data has not come from the second W or M off the 200. It comes from the first one. This is what has me where I am today. The second one, this is questionable.
Yeah. Okay. Well, might not look like a lot of difference, but 10% is a huge difference.
Yeah.
So
it is.
Yeah. Real quick, Christian, we're going to go to break. No, ancestors are not from China. Mine are from Germany and Switzerland. So, sorry, no Chinese in me. Yep, just German and Swiss. So I thought I'd throw that out there. Right. Yeah, we're going to take a break here in about a minute.
Yep.
You guys, Coach Rich, going to go out. He's going to go out and exterminate those termites during break. grab his lunch. Throw some bowling balls or baseballs or something at them. And we'll be back. So, 15-minute break coming up. and we'll be back about maybe 6:15 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. That's when we will be back. So, yeah, during break, guys and gals, if you have any specific charts you want us to update and look at, throw them on up there. We'll do it. I'll jump into. Well, Michael, I think we're going to jump into something, but I'll jump back into some more of these cross pair currencies shortly after the break as well, just to kind of finish out the currencies. But then we can always go back and loop around and update, as this is a 4-hour channel. Some things tend to move. So anyway, we'll be back. We'll be back very soon. 15 minutes.
Yeah.
Hey, hola amigos, I'm Michael Keller, and I'm one of the trading coaches here at Hola Prime.
But more importantly, I'm just a regular guy who turned trading into freedom, and I'm here to help you do the same. So this is a glimpse into who I am in front of the screens and beyond the charts. See, a strategy will get you in the trade, but mindset keeps you in the game. I started trading back in 2012, and honestly, I lost more than I won in the beginning. But every loss taught me something. It wasn't about having the fanciest indicator. It was about mastering my mindset.
Living in Mexico has taught me to slow down, breathe, and be present.
Trading is what I do, but it's not who I am. I'm a dad, a husband, a traveler, and a student of life. And all of that makes me a sharper trader. When I'm in flow outside the charts, I'm in flow on the charts too. This game doesn't reward speed, it rewards skill. Listen, everyone wants to flip $100 into 10,000. I get it. But be consistent, focus on execution over excitement, risk small and learn fast. And if you ever feel lost, reach out. That's what we're here for.
Well, guys, that's a glimpse into my life, my story, and who I am. Not just in front of the screens, but beyond the charts. I hope to see you in the session soon, and let's grow together. One day, one trade, one lesson at a time. Welcome to Hola Prime.
Hola Prime, trade with transparency.
Coach Richard Krugel is a leading force in the world of trading, recognized for his sharp technical analysis and dynamic market strategies. With years of hands-on experience, he has not only mastered the art of trading, but also dedicated his career to educating and empowering traders at all levels.
My $1 million advice to you would be, hello everyone, I'm Coach Richard, and I'm truly excited to join the incredible team at Hola Prime. It's an honor to be here, and I can't wait to contribute, collaborate, and grow with all of you. At the Hola Prime Academy, we empower traders by sharing strategies that actually work and deliver results time and time again.
Coach Richard's expertise spans multiple asset classes, and his in-depth market insights have helped countless traders refine their strategies and achieve consistent profitability. Known for his clear and practical teaching style, Coach Richard transforms complex concepts into actionable knowledge that traders can apply in real-time markets.
You can also catch me doing live trading on Hola Prime TV.
As a sought-after instructor and mentor, Richard has left a lasting impact on the global trading community. Now at Hola Prime, he brings his wealth of experience to equip traders with the tools and confidence needed to navigate the financial markets with precision. When you learn from Coach Richard Krugel, you're gaining more than just market knowledge. You're accessing the mindset and strategies of a trader who knows what it takes to succeed. Welcome to Hola Prime, where expertise meets opportunity.
My $1 million advice to you would be that trading requires skill. Never stop learning. The market constantly evolves. Let's conquer the markets together.
Hola Prime. Trade with transparency.
My name's Tiger. I'm a coach here at Hola Prime, and I wanted to give you a quick little glimpse into who I am, both inside and outside of trading. So let's check it out. So I've been trading now for going on 11 years, and that first decade of my trading was all about technical analysis. And really over the last few years, though, I've really dug a lot deeper into fundamental analysis and sentiment analysis, seeing how the bigger banks and institutions are trading so I can ride their coattails, so to speak. They're the ones making the money, so I've just kind of looked at trading like Edison and his light bulbs. He's went through thousands and thousands of different prototypes in order to find the one that worked. Look, one of the things about trading that people get wrong is they think it's an overnight get-rich-quick scheme. So, for me personally, all the hard work was done well before I even picked up trading, and it all had to do with reading some good books. So, one of my favorite books right there, The Magic of Thinking Big by Dr. Schwartz. And as you can see on there, the chapters, best way to read this book is read chapter 2, 12, and 13, and then turn around and read the whole book. Powerful, let me tell you. And I'm sure you caught that above my bookshelf. One of my biggest things that I love doing is bowling. I'm a very competitive bowler. Bowled a lot of perfect 300 games, so they give me these nice little trophies whenever you bowl a perfect game. Got another one for an 800 series, basically bowling 3 games of 800 or higher in a 3-game series, so it's like a 250 average. Pretty good stuff, but compete in national tournaments, state tournaments. I've won a lot of them, so bowling, that's one of the top hobbies that I have. Outside of that, I love singing. I like to go and belt some tunes, whether it's karaoke or just singing in my car, some carpool karaoke. But other than that, listen, on the weekends, I love nothing more than just to hang with my girlfriend. She's an awesome, incredible woman, and she kind of balances me out because she sees how hard I focus on trading. So it's just a very good reset at the end of the long, hard week of trading to just get away, just step away from it all, go enjoy each other's time, and prepare for the next week. So that's a bit about me. Just let us know how we can help. Just remember, it's not a sprint, it's a marathon, okay? The basics of trading are quite simple to learn. It's just all the nuances that take a while to really master. So just keep that in mind. Don't overwhelm yourself. We'll take your hand. We'll lead you to where you want to go. Like I say, just one step at a time. So with that, have a wonderful day. Look forward to seeing you in a session soon.
Hola Prime. Trade with transparency.
Hi, I'm James. I'm one of your coaches at Hola Prime. I've been trading for about 30 years. Can you believe it? Seems like an awfully long time. But in that time, I've learned a lot about trading the financial markets. and I've learned the best way to trade the markets.
By dawn, I chase waves, chase stocks, and sometimes chase my own sanity. Trading, like surfing, is all about timing. Wait too long and you miss the move, and jump in too early and you just wipe out.
If you're a new trader and you're struggling with your trading, I think you've come to the right place. I'm really looking forward to meeting you and helping you with your trading. I'm approaching a stop street now, and I'm going to have to stop. Emergency brake if there's traffic coming. And that's one of the things you've got to learn in trading, as well as how to keep safe. And it's one of the main things that I teach in my trading philosophy is risk management, which is not taught very often. Trading is a bit like driving a car, really. You've got to have a license, and in trading terms, having a license is like learning how to trade. And once you've learned how to drive and got the license, learned how to trade, you've got to get good at it. And my philosophy is to teach traders how to trade properly using the tools and techniques that they should be using. My specialty is swing trading, and it's a bit like riding the waves. I've been a surfer for a very long time, and swing trading is not much different. You've got to find the sets and catch the right wave and get out of the wave when it's time. A lot of people ask me, how did I get to where I am today? How did I learn how to trade? And how can they get to where I am themselves? I think the best answer to that is to get educated, learn how to trade. And there are all sorts of resources out there for you, including fantastic resources here at Hola Prime.
Hola Prime. Trade with transparency.
Hi, I'm Paul, one of the coaches at Hola Prime, and this is a little insight into who I am beyond the charts. I started trading 5 years ago. I made some money, sure, but I also made mistakes, a lot of them. As I progressed though, I realized it's less a game of chasing green and more a game of enacting discipline. As a coach, I try to help traders focus on the process, how they structure their approach, not just on the charts, but in their heads. Everyone wants to 10x their money overnight, right? But real growth, it comes from small, smart, and consistent moves repeated over time. Trading is a journey, so patience is always required, but I am here to help you grow, so don't be afraid to get help. Improving your success rate is what we do.
But after a day of trading or an afternoon of coaching, getting away from the ever-evolving price action of chart setups is a must, as the outdoors can reset your mind, whether it's taking my dog for a walk for 30 minutes or gently strolling on the beach after a winning trade. I never allow myself to get lost in the charts. Stepping back gives me perspective, and perspective is what makes me a good trader. I'm always looking for that balance in everything I do. And if you can achieve the same, you'll soon discover it unlocks so many doors.
So that's my deal. What's yours? Hopefully we'll see you for a coaching session soon where we can level up your skills one profitable trade at a time. I'm going to place a trade.
Hola Prime. Trade with transparency.
Hi, I'm Sam, one of the coaches here at Hola Prime. And in this video, I'm going to give you a short glimpse into my life beyond the charts. Outside of the charts, I love to cook. Anything with fresh local ingredients has a thumbs up for me. And when the weather's good, I like to go out, have a quick jog, keep myself healthy. I started trading almost 15 years ago, and believe me when I say, it wasn't an easy journey. There was a lot of ups and downs, mostly downs at the beginning, and it took me, I would say, almost 10 years before I could actually call myself a trader. Personally, I like to travel. I like to go to different places, see different cultures, meet new people. I also like a good spa day, you know, just sit there by a pool, relax, get a massage, you can see from the screens behind me, it's just a lot of stress, a lot of digits, a lot of moving, a lot of fast moving markets. You can't spend your whole day in front of a screen. You will burn out, and sadly, you probably won't be as successful as if you just relaxed a bit more.
Hola Prime, trade with transparency.
Hey, I'm Troy Epperson. I'm one of the coaches at Hola Prime, and this is a little glimpse of me outside or beyond the charts. Outside of trading, I play golf with my son. As you can see, I have a laptop and multiple screens. I've been trading for about 15 years on my own, and about 25 years before that, even, with a lot of interest in the market. I've realized over time that it's not about the strategy or the method, it's about implementing whatever that strategy or method is, which is super, super important to become consistent as a trader. Everybody wants to get profitable and make thousands of dollars a day, literally overnight, but it's about taking those small incremental trades just over time, taking the same boring pattern over and over again that creates that consistency and develops discipline to make money trading currencies, futures, or stocks, or whatever you're trading. Golf is great because the parallels with trading are immense. Discipline, doing the same thing over and over again, getting your setup correct, knowing when to do a layup and when to actually go for it. All of those things apply to trading. Balance is super important and is the edge when it comes to trading. We want to be consistent, but at the same time, you've got to be patient, and you need to be able to reach out and ask a coach a question and never feel guilty about doing that. And there's no bad question. Every question is a great question because it helps you enhance your intelligence and your knowledge of the market. Well, that's a bit about me. I hope to see you soon in a live trading session. And remember, we're just looking for one good trade. And once we find that one good trade, we're going to do it again and again and again. I'll see you then.
Chasing the charts under neon skies. Hola Prime's the name where the profits rise. Fingers on the key strings taking flight. We trade the future, we own the night. Hola Prime, the rhythm of the trade, where the bold and the fearless are made. From London to New York, the thrill's the same. Step in.
Welcome back, everybody.
All right.
We back. We back. Gents.
Good.
I ventured into my bananas that are overly ripe. They're not quite black yet. They tasted like they were trying to ferment a little bit. So I threw the rest of them away.
Banana liqueur.
Well, it always happens with bananas. You get 6 or 8. You eat about half of them, and the other half kind of go bad before you get to them. That's the way it's always been for me.
I just go and make banana bread.
Yeah, that was the thought. Yeah, I should have done that. Should have got the ingredients for it. My family makes really good banana bread.
Then just cut them up, freeze them, and then use them in smoothies, and then it cools your smoothie down as well.
Have a nice fermented smoothie. Yeah, not a bad idea.
Yeah, too. I found something that helps.
We even got a Hola Prime song. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, that was cool. That's the first time hearing that. I thought it was Taylor Swift at first. I don't know who it was, but it was good.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty good stuff.
Can we just maybe drop a link there for Isham? Good morning, Isham. Thanks for joining. Yes, we do have a Discord link. We'll be dropping it there in the chat momentarily.
Yeah, and also,
hey guys, so everyone here, please, if you got friends, mates, aunties, uncles, anyone that wants to, join, or you think it might like these sessions, please do tell them. Please ask them to join. And again, we're still giving away some challenge accounts, so it's well worth your time and effort. Or if you think someone else might enjoy a challenge account or make use of it, then let them know, and please let them join and subscribe to Hola Prime TV.
Yeah, your cats, your dogs, your goldfish, your neighbors' cats and dogs, pop them on. We're kind of in a little bit of a competition with the other streams on our channel to outpace them. So it's just kind of a little bit of fun. So yeah, definitely help us grow this thing. Let us know where you're from. Let us know what time frames you like to trade on. I mean, all that information really kind of helps us out to better kind of regionalize where you're at, and then also kind of look at those time frames, just to kind of give you a little more personalized type of analysis, if you will. So just keep that in mind. But yeah, help us grow, bring in the new peeps.
Tell us which trades you're looking at, opportunities, what you're in, what you're gunning for, where's your stop losses, whatever the case might be. We'll be intrigued to also see what you guys are up to, what you're trading. Isham's saying thanks. So he's found the link on our website. So that's good. That's good. Thank you. Great online Discord community. So anyone else in the chat, if you haven't joined our Discord yet, please do. Ask her any questions you might have, trading related, support questions, whatever the case might be. We are there to assist and help you guys out.
100%. 100%.
Yep. And then, 1 million subscribers. We're just doing one per, one winner, one account per winner right now. We're just trying to spread the love, grow the army, grow our channel. So as it stands right now, we have we kind of keep a master list of everybody that's won. So we always kind of cross-reference it, because we're getting so many now, right? It's kind of difficult to keep track. So our back end, our wonderful back end, they do a great job of cross-referencing names for us. And just to try to get it to unique people, right? Unique visitors. So great question on that though. Webb is from
on that note, Tiger, to everyone else, we will be giving away a 10K challenge account a little bit later on during the session. We normally do it around about 6 a.m. standard, or Central Time, sorry. So if you haven't won yet, please do follow the following steps. It's really important to be liable for that prize. Make sure you subscribe to both our Hola Prime TV and Hola Prime Global accounts. All right, that's step number 1. Comment on this live session. And very, very important, point number 3 is that you need to link your email to YouTube bio so we can get a hold of you, right, with that account details to get you all set up. Again, winners will be selected live in we'll let you guys know, right? Normally we do around about 6 or just after 6 a.m. Central. So please do stay tuned. If you have not won an account yet, please do go and follow those steps, so we can pick a name based on a person that did follow those steps, and then maybe you'll be the lucky winner. All right.
Yes.
Yes.
And I did drop the website in the YouTube chat, by the way, holaprime.com, just so everybody has that. Copy paste to your browser. The Discord is right at the top of that page. You might have to scroll a little bit, but it's right there. So just go simply click on that. We'll let you in. It's a really good resource too, because we kind of post chart markups on there every so often. I know Coach Richard and I will throw book ideas out there from time to time. I got a ton of books that I've read. It's just nice to be able to post those to show you guys and gals what's kind of helped me from a mindset standpoint. But I like to do it in a fun way. So I usually will find that book I read, and then I'll just look it up on YouTube for the book summary. That way you guys can just watch a quick little 4 or 5 minute video to where it kind of outlines the book to help you to decide if that might be something to help you out. Then you just go find the book and read the whole thing cover to cover. So that's just kind of the way I've found that works best for me, because that's how I've gotten interested in a lot of books, or a book I was referred or heard about or read about.
Sure.
And then I just go plug it into YouTube, quick little book summary.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, if that piques my interest, I get the whole book and read it. So
I'm a firm believer that you need to continue reading, never stop reading, especially when it comes to trading stuff, psychology, whatever the case might be, right? Never think you know it all. Always have the mindset of being a student of the markets and, just try to improve yourself, and whether that's like on a personal level or your trading techniques or whatever the case might be. So very, very important that you, at least in my opinion, at the very least, I've read some of the, classic type of trading books that are out there.
For sure. Trading the Zone, One Good Trade, Mindable Markets, all the series, like you just got to. Sometimes it could be one little thing that just changes your entire game, right?
Exactly.
But you would never find that. You're just
that resonates.
You know it all.
Yeah.
And you know the craziest part about that is, right? That's literally what I would say a habit, a skill set, a technique of some of the highest of any kind, right? I think of Kobe Bryant, right? Like one of my favorites, right? Like Kobe Bryant, you think is like, you're the best. You don't need to practice anymore. And he's like, no, I'm the best because I practice way more than you every day. That's why I'm the best. So
True,
you see us up here.
First in the gym, last out.
They used to call him a ball hog, if you guys remember. And he was saying they used to give him the crap about being a ball hog. And that was his thing for a while, right? And then you get to the point when they finally asked him about it. He was like, listen, I seen when you came to practice late. I seen how you actually practiced. You didn't even care. You just kind of half, what it. And I seen you left right on time. Right. He's like, and you want me to pass you the ball in the game? I'm like, no, I'm not passing you.
That's tough. That's tough.
Yeah. Fair enough.
Tough but good, but fair. Tough but fair.
Yeah. Guys, Webb's asking about what do you guys say about the Asian range? I don't know, Michael, you want to have a look at that? While your chart's over there.
I do. I got this picture up. I want to show you guys something, right? A lot of you guys may or may not know. I think I mentioned, I say that I trade the market maker method all the time, right? But my mentor, his name's Steve Morrow, and his protege is named Car Chan. And they taught me everything I know. I mean, obviously, they set me into the path of going down this cycle and this structure of knowing what's next. And they have like meetups every now and then. So I actually got a picture here I want to show you guys of me, the man, the myth, the legend, Mr. Steve Morrow, his protege, and me. I'm basically Carr's protege, if you guys didn't know that. Like, I'm the third one of the of the elite, so to speak.
Show us.
Okay. Let's take a look at that.
I'll show it here. Let's see. Is it here? Yeah. Okay. So I'll reshare this. Here it is here. Let me know if you guys can see this.
Yeah. Yep.
Ah, cool. There he is.
This is us.
Now,
good stuff.
What did you say the line of succession was on this?
So the one to the left, this is Steve Morrow. This is the guy. This is the man. This guy was taught by a market maker. He taught him the business, the ins and outs. So when I preach this cycle, this is because of him on the left. This dude literally, in my 12, 13 years of trying to trade, was the only person who was actually legit that I dealt with. Right? Like he taught me a lot, like the entire cycle of it. And then on the right, Car Chan, he's his protege basically. And I just adopted, I kind of like went along more of Car's style. He's like a mathematician, very technical. And just again, my personality just kind of molded a bit more with him. But again, it's just a spin-off of what Steve is doing. Right. So I was able to meet these guys in New Jersey, in Secaucus, New Jersey. And we had a good time. We was out there for like a week. I got to ride in the cool car and everything with these guys. Like, they saw the work I was putting in, me marking up charts, sending in homework, asking questions, always present. You know what I mean? And slowly but surely, guys, like it finally clicked. It made sense.
Good
stuff. This is this is
all suited up.
Carry on the legacy.
Yeah.
Back in saying we're going to call you Young Mike from now on. Is that going to be a rap name?
Yeah, baby
this
face.
Was maybe right.
Sean was asking how long ago was this, Michael?
This was in
that picture.
Yeah, this was in 2018, 2017, somewhere around there. So, quite a bit ago.
Gosh, were you living in Mexico by then? When did you actually move to Mexico, Michael? I can't remember.
Yeah, I moved to Mexico in 2023, February 2023. So in February, it'll be 3 years.
Gotcha. Good stuff.
This is it. Let me pull up. I do have something still. Speaking of your question about the Asia range. So first and foremost, was I able to reshare this? Oh, okay, perfect. So first and foremost, right? I'm going to erase this. Actually, I'm not. I'm going to go to another pair to show this. Let's go to EJ. I really just want to get a clean. All right, so I'll erase this one because this one is already done. Right, so I actually have the Asia box in here. Like these are paramount, right? So I have 3, and that's another reason. Actually, while we were on break, I actually just asked him like, "Hey, how can I get this template shared?" Because I know we said this like twice already, so I don't want it to kind of fall by the wayside. We're getting a lot of people asking about this, so I want to make sure I get it for you guys. But this is another reason of the template that I really, really enjoy it, right? Because one, you were mentioning, who is this? Oh, Webb. All right, so Webb, we have, right, this is the Asia range here. Right, I think Tiger, you mentioned it earlier today when you said about that blue. Every day, guys, from right here to right here, this is the Asia range, and there's templates for this. I already believe that you can just like plop this on like the session.
Yeah, I've got it on my chart actually. The Asian range, the New York range. It's pretty interesting. London range. But go ahead. I can share that a little bit later.
Yeah, let's do that because again, guys, like I like to think I'm pretty smart with certain things, but some stuff is just not my strong suit. And like when it comes to not just adding indicators because that's easy, but certain things that's not really me. I don't really know what the hell is happening. Right. Yeah. So this is the Asia range, right? Which again, this is what I would say. This is that accumulation phase where they're accumulating contracts. This is why I do not like to hold trades to the next day, because this is where it all happens at. This is where they set the high of the day and the low of the day for the next day, basically. Right? And just look at this. This is the funny part. Check this out. And this is a random thrown up chart here, but I can see this clear as day. Right? When you got this high of this range and this low of this range, this is where all the accumulation is done at, right? And then right above here, guys, you have pending orders going long, pending orders going short. Maybe these traders are in front of the screen, maybe they're not. Who knows? But just look at this right here. They just like to ping on just a little bit and knock all of those orders on right there with that little bitty piece and just pull it the other way around. Right? All those traders who had pending orders going long, they got activated right here.
Yep.
Probably got stopped out. And just check this out too, right? Look at the low. Right? If you look at the low of the day, look what it does. This candle right here, go ahead and knocks those stops. If you had a pending order going long at the high and your pending order going short at the low, they got you. They knocked you on right here, took you out right here. So this is
pesky firms.
Yep. So you got to be real careful. But back to your question. Oh no, my iPad's about to die. I have to charge this thing somehow. I'll be having my iPad to the left of my chart. I mean, the chat to the left, but my iPad's about to die. I'm at a chart. Yeah. So this is the Asia range, right? This for me is London. Where is this? Yeah, this is London. It's kind of like this lighter box, right? And lastly, we have here is New York, right? Which is this purple box. And I just have this on here. This is part of the template, which again, I already know you can plot this on here individually. But this is just part of it as well. And you can kind of play with this how you like, as far as making it more gradient, I think is the word, more or less gradient.
Background visibility.
Yeah. Excuse me.
Mm-hmm. Bless you. See, as far as the Asia range web, like this is huge, right? Like, I mean, absolutely huge. Again, this is where the orders are collected. When we talk about the AMD phase, this is the A phase right here. This is where the orders are accumulated. Because in an Asia session, right, this is kind of like how I like to look at it, at least. This is where it all starts. They're setting the high today and setting the low today in this range right here for 7 hours, from 5 to 12, 7 hours. They're collecting contracts, right? Now, I don't want to say a JPY pair because technically this is EJ. This is a JPY pair. So you will see a little bit more movement in here, right? Then we got this small box here that tells you the Asia range as well. So this moved about 55 pips, in this range, right? After that, the box comes out. This is what I call the box opens up. I look at this like a basketball play, guys. Like, he passes them in the ball. He bounces the ball up the court, whatever. Once you get past half court, that's when the action starts, right? Like, what is he going to do after this, right? So, yeah, they little pump fake, pass the ball somewhere else, throw it on the other side of the court, right? Like,
pump
however you want to look at this.
That's what you call it.
Yeah. Because they got them right here. They pump fake. Oh, you thought we were going long? Nope, we going the other way. Right, so there's just this constant bouncing around of like what's actually happening, right? And then of course you got the London box, right, where the London opens up. Yeah. If I'm not mistaken, 70% of all transactions happen in this exact period, right? Now again, this is EJ, so it won't be as much. That's why the range is a lot lower than it is on in the Asia session, but. This will be the next session, obviously. See what's going on there. That's what we open up for you guys. And then, of course, after that, you got New York, right? I like to think of this as, again, accumulation phase. They set the low and high. They bumped them up, faked them out, faked a little bit, pulled them out, stopped them out. And what did they do? Right here, they basically came halfway through the box, halfway through this range, right? Of course, it's not going to be exact, but it's going to be pretty damn close to it, right? Let's say if half of this box is somewhere right here. That's damn near the exact thing, right? So when you hear about, that manipulation phase, they came out, manipulated now. So keep in mind, some of these traders went long here, and they grabbed them, and they stopped them out here. But other traders went short right here. So they activated these short orders. What they do? Pull it back halfway, knock them out, and then in New York, they continued to move right on down. Held it for the rest of the day.
And that's perfect.
That's it. That's all. See you next day.
That's perfect.
See you tomorrow.
That's a perfect explanation. Passing through half court, throwing a lob in the New York session to Karl Anthony Towns, our guy. That's our boy, right?
Yep.
Who plays for?
Right.
Who plays for the New York Knicks? So there you go. Well done on that.
Exactly.
And yeah, exactly. London is, when it comes to just finance in general, everybody knows and understands that New York City is the financial capital of the world. But when it comes to currency trading, forex trading, London is the financial capital of the world. So yeah, London is definitely super important. And yeah, I've been loving being on this time, even though it's super early where I'm at, I've been loving it just to be able to kind of learn the London nuances, so to speak. Right. So no, that was good stuff.
Right.
Good stuff.
So I hope that explains that.
This show was saying, Coach Richard, sorry, Michael, 2G's Trading is also doing some good work for the South African trading community. I've heard from them, or of them before, Isham. So definitely go check it out. Thanks for that, bud. I suppose where are you from? South Africa as well.
Is that another trader? 2Gs? I've never heard of that.
Isham. They're South African based.
Yeah, me neither. Okay. So yeah, I hope that answers that for you. Well, but yeah, I literally swear by this. Then I got one more thing to show really quick. Let me see if I can find it. Then I'll pass it over to one of you two.
Okay.
Where is this? I got so many markups, and I do this all the time that it's like a lot. So I have to go find it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just wanted to touch on something really quick before I pass it to one of you two. Where is this markup? Oh, here it is. Here. All right, cool. All right, I just found it. So when we talk about that same phase, right here it is here. So once again, just touching on it and kind of closing out on the topic, but again, right, this is the same thing I kind of just showed, right? That Asia range is again from 5 to 12. We're talking about Eastern time, by the way. Again, that accumulation phase, that's Asia, right? Now, they didn't do this on the last example. They kind of did a deeper manipulation, right? It's like what I would say 4-phase manipulation, right? They kind of hit them once. Instead of just hitting it once and going right down, they played with it a little bit further. They hit it once, pulled back. Hit it twice, pulled back. Hit it a third time, made the high of London, pulled down, retested that area. When they do this, they have everybody all messed up. Like, they don't even know what's going on. Is this thing long or is this short? No one knows what's happening unless you understand what's happening behind the scenes as far as the accumulation, manipulation, and distribution phase. Right? This is why it's called this. They're totally manipulating this entire area. Right? So when it finally pulls off of it, what do? Run down one more good time, pulls back and retest this area right where it says enter here with this arrow. This is the sweet spot right there. If you missed that, luckily the bus, the train, whatever you want to call it, comes right back for you one more time where it says or here. And if you missed that, you're done. You better look for another trade because the move is over with. You missed it. Right? But again, accumulation, manipulation, distribution. This is how it goes day in and day out, no matter what time frame it is. No matter what market it is, it always looks a version of this. Not exactly, obviously, because they can't do that, but what I like to call a variation to the theme. That's it, right? Like it has its own specific sound. If you listen to, I don't listen to too much music, but a perfect example would be somebody like, I guess, Drake. Right? If you listen to Drake, he has this specific sound. It all sounds like that. Right? If you listen to, let's say, a niche, right? All the songs don't sound the same, but they use the same instruments. If you think of Caribbean music, Mexican music, bachata, whatever it is, like it has the same sound. It's not the same song though. Right. Reggaeton. It all sounds, similar. You got the pan drums, like it sounds the same. And this is the exact example of it. They're not going to give you the same song, but it's going to be along the same type of vibe, right? So.
By the way, guys, again, if you're new here in the chat, Michael, just letting all of them know, we're still going to give away a 10K Forex Challenge account live during this session. So if you haven't won yet, please make sure that you do follow the following steps. We can just quickly paste that onto the screen. That you subscribe to both our Hola Prime TV and global channels, right? And make sure that you comment during the session. I know a lot of you guys have done it already, but if you're watching here without commenting and you want to win that, please make sure you do comment. We will be selecting one of the people in the chat based on these criteria that you see on the screen. Number 3 is very important that you link your email to your YouTube bio so we can actually contact you with the account details. So hopefully you today's lucky winner. Again, if you've won before, unfortunately we won't be giving you another prize, but if you've been looking out for one of these or challenges and you want to win, make sure that you do go follow those steps to be next in line. We will be selecting a name that's actually followed all of these steps, so we are checking you guys out from behind the scenes. So if you want to win, let us know in the chat there why you think you should win, and please make sure that you follow those steps, and then who knows, maybe you'll be the lucky winner. A lot of these names in the chat here that you guys are seeing have already won challenge accounts, so hopefully it's going well with that, guys. Also let us know how your challenge accounts are going. Have you passed yet? Are you struggling? Anything we can potentially help with? It'll be really interesting to know.
That's right. Absolutely. We be creeping on your profiles, but we have to do it to find the creeping. We be creeping. Yeah. Make sure you try to find the email address, right? So,
right. That's big, guys. If your email is not in your bio, we're talking about you. All right. Just so you know, we're talking about you. All right. A lot of people follow, a lot of people, like the channels and everything, but that's that one step that they seem to always miss is their email in their bio. So if you don't have your email in your bio, but you did the other 2 steps, make sure you go do it now so we can pick you.
Right.
Yeah, we don't want the email in the chat because we don't want to spam your email address to everybody, right? So that's why we're doing it that way, among probably other reasons. But
yeah.
Well, cool, guys. That's pretty much it. I just wanted to kind of round out that understanding of the Asia range. Like that's where it all starts at, is that Asia range. Because from there, you can kind of figure out the rest of what's going on. Right. So super important. I'll trade Asia, to be honest, if it's a super clean setup and I'm trading an Asia pair like EJ, GJ, AJ, NJ. I'll trade the AN. I'll trade those pairs in that session. And that's pretty much it, because this same exact cycle happens, but in another version of it, which would be instead of them doing the manipulation in, let's say, London, they might do the manipulation in New York. And then they'll do the distribution in Asia for Asia pairs. Right. So this isn't set in stone for one particular pair, and it's the process. You gotta understand that this is the cycle and realize where you are and what pair you're in. Right. That's why when we just looked at EJ, it had a little bit of movement to it, because that's actually when you would possibly suspect that that's when the distribution phase is going to occur. It's in Asia, because for them that's the main session time. Right. So.
Nope.
Cool. That's pretty much it for now.
Good stuff.
True that. Do you have anything, Richard? Any newer setups or anything you were watching at the moment?
Yeah, we can switch to my screen. I just want to make sure my screen's are ready. I'll talk a little bit later to you, Webb or Christian, about the Asian session. I actually seen a lot of times that you can actually trade the NASDAQ during the London session when it takes out an Asian session, and very specific sort of reversals occur, and also using an S&T analysis where you basically look between, or try to spot divergence between, let's say, the NASDAQ and the S&P 500 or SPX if you trade the CFDs. But I'll find a few examples for you a little bit later. Let's just first have a look at some of my other charts here. What am I looking at? We can stay on the NASI here. Just want to fast forward to the current price action, stay on the 5-minute time frame. Let's get rid of some of these indicators. And very interestingly, if you look here at the NASI from this low on the 1st of August, using basically a channel. This is let me just show you the settings there. It's also quite interesting to note if you want to use pitchfork analysis. It's set to a modified pitchfork. Right, you also get a shift pitchfork. That's normally my go-to setting, and then the original, which is your Alan Andrews pitchfork setting. Just different angles that they slope out at, but they use the same anchor points when you actually draw them. Now, a modified pitchfork is the same as a channel, same angles, right? So whether I now use a channel or a modified pitchfork doesn't matter. But look at this beautiful price action on the NASI within the confines of this channel, if you want to call it, right? Let me get rid of that maybe and keep the channel on there. All right, so price has been bouncing in between the upper and lower as well as the central channel line. And we're currently approaching the lower end of the channel line again. Right, that might be a potential area of interest. You see I've got a alert right above that area. So if price were to come down without obviously going higher from here, hit that area, or maybe this second one to the downside here, I'll explain why I drew that as well in just a sec, then that might also be an area that I'm interested in. Now, why I drew this is you quite often see me do this. Just because price broke out of the confines of a channel or median line or whatever you want to use, and it doesn't necessarily mean that that channel or median line is now useless, right? Quite often you'll find that if you then just draw another line, I use a ray for example, parallel to either a channel line or a median line, and you project it from those areas, in this case these wicks that occurred below the channel line, then very often you'll see that, look at how beautiful that same angle worked out here when price retested it, right? So if price were to revisit this channel line, it might find support there, or it might just underthrow that channel the same distance as it did previously here on the 12th, all right? So that's how I would determine my areas of interest. So if price could now just make its way lower from here, get into that green zone that I drew there. Again, I've got my alert set. Even better if price could break these previous lows of yesterday and give us a move back to the upside, then that would potentially be a setup to go long on the NASDAQ. Now, whether that happens during our morning session or during the New York session, that I can't tell you. But that's, for example, I'll identify my trade ideas using market geometry. What else am I looking at? Crude oil is currently moving lower. I'm actually looking for a short in crude oil. I don't know if you heard that alert that just went off, but that was me on crude oil. So I'm potentially looking for a short in crude oil, potentially back to yesterday's lows, around 61.33. Right, you can see I've also got market geometry lines on here, lines that I've had on here for quite some time. And they tend to work really well, especially if you have a nice trending direction that continues for a while like it did here. Price will continue to respect these lines very often for quite some time. I think I drew all of this analysis back here on Tuesday. You can see our price still sort of respected these lines really well. During today's morning session thus far, price couldn't get above this angled line again. And again, it's just basically projecting another channel or a array, wherever the case might be, parallel to the main angles that I'm using. Okay, so this could potentially lead to a really nice, a strong decline, but I'll have to see. This could also mean this move that we're seeing here could also be the first move higher with an ABC like this, and then we go upwards. But if you look at the trend overall, bearish, right? Pretty bearish. Right, a lot of up and down, boom, boom, quite volatile. But if I have to obviously try to stay at in the right direction here, or on the right side of price action, then I'll rather take shorts. So I'll keep an eye on crude oil. And obviously, as you probably know, and you can see on the screen there, I'm already long gold.
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 This after what I think was a leading diagonal from Tuesday's low. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Potentially an ABC, a zigzag that pulled into 0618, 0786 FIP retracement area, right in the middle between them. We had a strong move, bounced to the upside. We had on the 5 minutes, a fair value gap that's been broken. So it was a bearish, now turned into a potential bullish fair value gap. So an inverted fair value gap, as you call them. And now I'm hoping that price can make its way up to the upside even further. I've got in around about where price is currently. So not really anything to show there on the P&L side of things. That news that's coming out at 2:30 might throw a spanner in the works here. So I'll have to really try and see if I want to hold on to this or get out of it. But that being said, my stop is all the way down here, at below this low that was set on the 12th of August. All right, and target all the way up here around about 3,415 for a just over a 1 to 2 risk reward ratio. Actually, a little bit better than that. So that's what I'm looking at on gold. Right, so we got 5 minutes to 6 a.m. Central, guys. We still want to give away that 10K prize, right? So if you haven't already and you want to win that prize, make sure that you follow the steps that we talked about previously. We got a support team in the back that's actually picking winners based on following those steps. So if you want to be a winner, take away that 10K challenge account this morning, then please make sure that you follow those steps. All right. All right, so that's gold. Still a long ways to go, right? And it's also Thursday. So two things that bothers me a little bit is obviously the news that's going to come out to what's it, an hour and a half? Or is it an hour?
Hour and a half.
No, hour. No, from now. So that might, cause a little bit of volatility. I'll see where price is by then and make it and hopefully an educated decision as to what to do next. Get in, get out, or wait for the news to pass and then get in. We'll see. But I'm expecting a move to the upside on gold. Then, lastly, let's have a look at UK 100.
Or go to your fun account like Michael has.
All right. I had a weekend account.
A weekend account, yeah.
A weekend account, yeah. So this is what I've been following on the UK 100, trying to determine where price is within this sequence that started on the 22nd of June already. Looking at a 4 time frame, got things all right with the count. There was a few occurrences in the past where I had to change the count from there being a third wave to there, which I'm pretty happy with. Reason being is that I think this was an expanding triangle or a megaphone pattern, as some might call it, that again also ended in a potential fourth wave. And then the expectation was that price will make its way back up again. It did do so. It just hasn't broken out of or above one of these highs that was set during this pattern formation, which is around about 9,190, give or take, around just under the 9,200 level. Again, looking here at the UK 100, or it wasn't a FTSE. So I think there is the possibility, or a very strong one, that price will still break this high. It is making higher highs, higher lows. Sort of made a double top. When was this? Yesterday, with these previous highs. So a nice breakout out of here could then potentially lead price into getting close to completing that fifth wave, and then at a later stage get a deeper decline, right? Not a new bearish market or anything like that, but just a deeper correction against the sequence that I still think is incomplete. So still looking for potential opportunities on the FTSE to go long. Okay, so the NASI I want to see come lower a little bit. Can we look at the 5 minute there? Again, this might only set up during the London or the New York session. So ideally, if we can see price take out these lows over here into this area, obviously at that stage my trigger would alert me that price is doing that, and then look for some sort of early indication that price is getting ready to reverse higher, and then target yesterday's highs. So this could lead to a really, really good trade setup on the NASI. But let's see. Right, sorry, I'm just trying to catch up on the chat here as well. Yeah, guys, make sure that your email's in your bio so that we can hand you that 10K challenge account. We've been giving them away like hotcakes. Again, we also have sessions that continue after us today, and there'll be more prizes given away during those sessions as well. So if you haven't won yet, and today's not your lucky day during the morning, then it might be during the afternoon. Okay. Yep. That's pretty much me, guys. I've got a feeling the NASI's going to just run sideways until the New York session starts. This could be one of those classic accumulation phases that you guys always talk about, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It'd be nice if we can run the lows here, that manipulation phase, and then distribution continue the bullish trend upwards. So that would be what I'll be looking at on the NASDAQ. Cool.
Yeah, the FTSE is showing a -1 on the fundamentals, so that's about as close to neutral as you can get. So it definitely makes sense. You know,
and what is gold saying at the moment?
It's the strongest.
Anything changed there?
It's +10. Yeah, so.
Yeah, so at least we're on the right side of things, right?
yeah, fundamental for sure. Yeah, and silver is right behind it at a 7. So, yeah, you can't go wrong with either metal from a fundamental sentiment point of view. And the good part about gold is the banks increased their long percentage, the big banks and institutions, according to the COT report. So that.
Okay. And where's the NASDAQ standing?
That's one of my. NASDAQ? NASDAQ. NASI is a, let's see, 4. So it's actually kind of dropped. Wow. So that's actually, I did have a few things change over the last hour or so. So yeah, NASDAQ is down to a 4. So it's more neutral, but still, I'd rather be long than short, as always with the indices.
Yeah.
Right. Dow is still a 5. And DAX in Germany is a 6, +6, and then the S&P fell to a 4 as well. So, yeah, both the S&P and the NASI kind of fell off the official bullish bias, but at the high end of neutral.
Gotcha.
The bullish end of neutral.
Gotcha. All right.
But yeah, I can.
Michael?
go over a few of these updates if you.
Yeah, give us a few updates here. It'll be pretty cool.
Pass it
I'll
on.
work in the back end here a little bit, trying to figure out who's going to be today's winner. But there will be no winner if you guys don't follow those steps. So, again, we are checking behind the scenes who's actually followed those steps. So, we're keeping an eye on you guys. But all good, all good.
Creeping. Yeah, go ahead and pass on to my screen when you get a chance there back in. And in the meantime, while I'm waiting on that, so here's a couple changes that have been added to the list here. Just kind of, some fallout, if you will, from the GDP report. And obviously, people are paying close attention, prepping, aiming, getting ready for the PPI release coming up here in about a little under an hour and a half. But yeah, we have had, so like I just mentioned, we've had NASDAQ fall off. We've had the S&P fall off to neutral. When I say fall off, that means down to neutral or up to neutral from a bearish, right? So the Nikkei fell off. It actually fell off, I think, yesterday. It's all the way down to a 1, so it's as neutral as it gets. What else we got here? CAD Jap was giving me a bullish score for like 5 minutes, but then it's clear all the way down to a -1 now. So that one's off. What else I got? Yeah, and that's it. So, and dollar Swiss fell off as well. So here's what I've had to add. So we got Aussie dollar, Japanese yen is now a bearish -5. The euro pound, you guys remember I was keeping a close eye on euro pound over the last, 2.5 weeks, and I made some money off of it. Well, how things change within a week or two, because that was one of the most bullish pairs I had for a while, but it is all the way down to a bearish -5. So in a span of just about 2 weeks, it has dropped about 15, 16, 17 points. And it is now a bearish asset fundamentally. And that's obvious. That's obviously because the British pound just had a really good report come out. So that definitely threw that into overdrive and, pushed it to a negative. So, so there's that one. New Zealand Japanese yen, dollar Japanese yen, still the most bearish. So yeah, dollar Japanese yen is a -9. That's the most bearish. And then gold is a +10, still the most bullish. With the most bullish currency pair being the pound US dollar now at a 6. And then the pound Aussie dollar is a 6 as well. So that's just a little bit of an update. Okay. So I'm just going to take a look at a few of these charts that have now entered my bullish and bearish setups. So let me see. I got my chart. Okay, I got my chart. Perfect. So yeah, just covering my list here. We'll just take a quick peek at the New Zealand Japanese yen. Yeah, so this is one I guess I think I touched on this one earlier. So just looking at this thing from a 4-hour time frame, yeah, I think I've already explained it. So I prefer to see a breakout down this area, form a new lower low, and then a pullback. So yeah, I've already done that analysis. So we'll go to the next one. Euro pound. Let's just jump on it. The elephant in the room. The one that is completely flip-flop. So you guys can see way back in May, late May, we started that uptrend that lasted for quite a while. Ended up getting into a trade right around this area, made some money, turned around and lost a tiny amount of money because I got a little too comfortable with it. And then, that was pretty much the beginning of this new downtrend. So looking at it from a top-down analysis, get rid of my no loitering sign there. Get rid of my trend line. Weekly. So if I'm looking at a 4-hour supply zone for a potential buy, well, I need to be looking at a weekly curve analysis. So here's my recent topping action and the current low. So obviously when I flip that down to a daily, it's going to be beginning of a downtrend, right? So our most recent higher low, higher high, and now we have a lower low and a lower high. So again, this is really the beginning of a downtrend. And it's the beginning of the fundamental bearish bias. So that's two things lining up quite nicely. So if I've got a downtrend forming here, well, I need to go to a 4-hour to look for my supply zone. Well, I've got one up here. Now this zone right here, I'll probably ignore. Now, why in the hell would I ignore such a nice, sexy looking supply zone? I mean, look at that, Tiger. Look at this. I mean, that's a good looking zone. Are you kidding me, Tiger? Yeah, that's one. Yeah, I mean, it could be better. The leg out candle wasn't bad, but it could be better. But yeah, definitely that's about a half a point I would knock off. So good eye on that. Well, why did this supply zone form? I'll tell you. I can't hold it in. I'll tell you. So that supply zone formed from this supply zone right here. Now that was a sexy looking zone at one time too. Well, it was so sexy that when price returned, it just wicked in ever so slightly, just barely wicked in, right in there, touched it, and then just dropped like a rock. So that is a great example of the power of a strong supply zone. Price wicked in and said, "Nah, B, we going downtown." Okay, so that's a supply zone that didn't form on its own. It didn't form on an island. It formed as the result of bouncing into a supply zone and getting kicked down the other way. So I don't give those types of zones near as much credence versus if that zone had formed on an island out in the middle somewhere. I know that might sound a little weird, but my guy that worked on the stock or on the floor of the exchange there in Chicago, that's exactly what he explained. They're best and they work more powerful when they're on an island by themselves and they form from themselves. Not so much when they form from. I'm pointing at my screen like you guys can see. That's silly, but not like that right there. So now, does that mean this zone's not going to work? No, not at all. We could definitely get a move up with a big drop, right? We could definitely do that. All I'm saying is the probability just decreases just a little bit. Okay, right. It's not as strong as it.
Like me, and I mentioned when I say this, the second W in the second reload off that 200 is not as strong as the first one.
Yeah, that's exactly the same thing. Just defined or maybe explained just a little different. Yeah, perfect. Mm-hmm. Now, will I still draw this zone? Yeah, absolutely. But what I'm going to do, just so that I know there's something fishy about that zone, rather than keeping it a dark red, I'm just going to color it light red. Okay, I would do the same thing if it were a demand zone. You know, if it's a zone that I feel is a little suspect, a little sketchy, then I'll just change the color to a light green to let me know that I for sure would use that zone as a potential spot to take profit before price enters the zone. But that'll just remind me, Tiger, don't get cute. Don't be putting on a full risk on this trade. Make sure that you drop your risk. Maybe give it a little more wiggle room. It's really about the drop in the risk. So that's why I kind of point that out. This is a little more nuanced stuff, right? This is definitely not a basic concept in supply and demand. It's one that is more advanced and definitely took me some time to understand and figure out. So, but yeah, just thought I would, throw that out here. So this obviously zone down here is old news. I'm going to delete that. Let's just delete that for the time being. So, and then also you see this zone up here, right? The zone that actually formed this supply zone. I'm going to do the same with it. I'm going to actually make sure and I give it a lighter color as well, because even though it's been mitigated, zones have been known from time to time to work a second time. But the only reason I'm leaving that there is because even though it has been mitigated, again, it did not go 50% of the way into that zone. It literally went, what, 10%, 5% into the zone? So I just kind of look for that middle line on a zone. If price goes in but stays underneath the 50% of it, yeah, it's taken out these unfilled orders within this range of the zone. But there still could be some unfilled orders up here that haven't been touched yet. Right? That's a 4-hour time frame. If I go down to a 1 hour, just as an example, the supply zone is going to look a lot different. I mean, it's not pretty, but I essentially could take this green candle up, just kind of make a new zone out of it, right? That's not the color. So yeah, that's just me being picky with the zones because I've seen thousands of them at this point, and that 50% line is kind of the basic rule. But if this price had gone more than 50% through, so basically through that white line, I'd have probably just disregarded that zone altogether, deleted my rectangle, and just pretended it's not even there. So as it stands, I have a barely mitigated supply zone, and I have a supply zone that was formed from a supply zone. So in a way, it's a zone on top of a zone, but they're both weak-ish. So do 2 weak zones make one decent zone? Sometimes. Do those zones get blown through like that, like a hot knife through butter? A lot of times they do. So that's all I'm saying. I'm going to keep it on my radar just to see what happens. You know, if and when price returns there relatively quick. So again, that was the weekly.
What's up,
Let's take a look at
Latif Musa. Thanks for joining. Sorry, Tiger.
Yeah, Latif was on our stream last night. Welcome back, Latif. I believe Latif, I think you're the one that won the account. Am I right? You have to remind me on that. I believe so. We give away so many accounts, Latif. It's like I was telling the crowd earlier, it's hard to keep track. So.
Yes.
But anyway, yeah, just taking a look at euro pound on a smaller time frame. If I want to go down to like a 15-minute supply, 5-minute supply, well, then I want to find my trend on 30-minute, a 1 hour, right? And then maybe go to a 2 hour or 4 hour from a curve analysis. So here I am on a 4 hour frame. Same thing, curve analysis. Got this supply zone on a 4 hour time frame. So I essentially want to do my curve analysis from the origin of that move down to this low point back. For the time being, I'm going to delete the higher time frame one just to get it out of the way. So we got a new curve. Go down 4 time frames to look at trend. Trend is clearly down. Go down 4 more time frames. Find a supply zone. Preferably not in the middle. Preferably in the top third. So what have we got? We got a lot of wicks. We got a lot of ugliness. But do we have a supply zone right here? Well, not very wide range, but again, euro pound only moves 40 pips a day on average when you look at the ATR, the average true range. So
yeah,
I'm going to go ahead and wrap a rectangle around it, keep an eye on it. I don't like that all this price action happened to the left of it, but I give it a little bit of wiggle room just because price did leave and then come back. I don't qualify that as a supply zone at all. I just qualify that as just a bunch of mess. But price kind of reset itself by leaving the area, and then it, of course, came back. This time when it came back, formed that candle and had a nice strong drop. So yeah, I'm gonna just put an alert there. And again, that's only, 4 pips? But 4 pips on a 15-minute zone is about the same as 12, 15 pips on some of these other higher ATR currency pairs. Stuff that moves 120 pips, right? 150 pips. So because of that reason alone, I'll give it a little bit of credence. But I'm going to be picky with it if and when price returns. If I only had a 4 pip range on something like dollar Japanese yen or one of the higher active moving currency pairs, 4 pips ain't enough to get me out of bed to draw the thing.
Yeah, right.
But only because it's on a low ATR currency pair, that's why I'm okay with keeping an eye on a 4 pip zone. So hopefully that makes sense. Got my alert set there. But yeah, just give me a simple return to that zone, off to the races. So that's what, 45, about 40 pips away. So yeah, maybe we get there by the end of the day or even by tomorrow's morning session. We'll see. And as always, whenever price hits my zones, I just want to see, in this case, a bearish engulfing candle or some volume start to pick up so that I can give it some more credence and look to take a small risk trade on it, small risk reward trade. So that's really the update on the euro pound, I believe.
Yeah, I see all this stuff. A question from Christian. I'm not sure exactly what he's asking. Guys, do you know why Minister CEO chose KAT as Hola face? Kind of don't see a connection here. I don't really get the question.
Oh, he's talking about Carl Anthony Towns, kind of the spokesperson for the company. Yeah, I don't know. I don't really know the whole story.
Okay.
Yeah, I've been with the company a couple months, Christian. So I'm still learning more and more every day. But I remember watching him play basketball. I mean, not only the NBA, but way back when we played college in Kentucky. Dude was a beast. It was just fun to watch. Yeah. He played alongside of the unibrow guy. What's his name?
What are you talking about? He real tall, light skin.
Yeah, I forget. Anthony Davis. Anthony Davis.
Yeah, Anthony Davis. Yeah, he said the unibrow guy.
Well, that's what everybody knows him by. No, I remember.
I know exactly.
They actually, because I live here in Kansas, and I remember. I think that was the year that they met in the finals, Kansas and Kentucky, and I remember watching Cat, Carl Anthony Towns, and Anthony Davis just tear up on our Jayhawks. So yeah, he definitely gave us the business. I think he was on that team.
Yeah,
I know Anthony Davis was, but yeah, it was a good one. They had a stacked team. So, but yeah, not sure of the connection, to be honest with you. Maybe we'll get some history on that, share that at some point for you in the future.
I seen
so that's your
Sam
pound.
on Instagram. It looked like they took a picture together.
Yeah, I think Sam ended up flying here to the States to go through the marketing side of the stuff with him. I thought I heard that.
Oh, did he?
Pretty sure
that's cool.
I think it was him. Because I remember,
yeah, it was one of the. It was me and Eamon and Sam used to have sessions together, and he wasn't there for one of them. He let us know that he was flying out there to do that exact thing. So you're right.
Yeah. Webb, no, I don't play basketball. I'm a big bowler, 10-pin bowling.
10-pin bowling.
Right. A big 16-pound ball.
How about yourself, Webb?
Sweep. Huh? Yeah.
I was just asking what Webb. Do you play basketball, Webb?
Yeah. What sport do you all play? Let us know that as well. But no, I played in middle school, and I was on the junior varsity team, and that's before I got my growth spurt. I grew 11 inches in high school. In high school, I grew 11 inches.
What?
So I went from 5'5" to 6'4" in high school. But, yeah, in middle school, I was one of the shortest boys. Yeah, in my class to be honest.
Yeah, high school is generally where you get your growth spurt, right? Especially for a boy.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's funny because I was a quiet, shy person. Soccer, okay. Right on. Good stuff. We got a Sporting Kansas City soccer team here in Kansas City. It's a fun time going to watch their games there. as well. Pretty cool. Let's see here. So that was
we
Euro
have
pound.
loads of soccer happening in South Africa, but we're not really any good at it, especially our national team, although we're doing a little bit better now. Both my boys are like soccer hooligans, completely crazy about soccer. The one's a goalie and the other one is defender. And they both play club as well as for the schools. One loves Real Madrid. The other one likes, what's the other one? Not Barcelona. The Paris one. PSG. Yeah. PSG. What's it? I can't pronounce it. Paris Saint-Germain, I think it's called. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't even know.
Christian's favorite sport, sleeping. Mine too, buddy. If I can get time.
Mine too. PSG. I just don't get to play that sport as often as I like.
He said, judging by the coach's video, Coach Tiger is at least 8 feet tall. Yeah, you do seem tall as hell.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I tower over most people here, but it was even crazier, Michael, when I lived in Mexico.
Yeah,
that's where I realized. That's where I really realized I stuck out like a sore thumb in there. Tall white boy running around.
Have you ever been to like an Asian country, Tiger, like China and those places? Because they tend
not
to
yet.
Really check you out if you're like a white, long, tall guy.
Yeah, because NBA is huge there, so they would think I played. But no, I've just been to Mexico and Panama and Dominican Republic. Yeah, I believe that's it. Yeah, that's the countries I've been to. So just the Central American area, Central and North America. All right, what else I got, fellas? New Zealand Jap, I showed that Aussie Jap. Bitcoin, I don't think we've talked Bitcoin.
It's a huge company, and she flew around everywhere for free, basically, on the company's dime, and she racked up so many damn points, it was ridiculous. This lasted for like 5 years. So we had so many points. I'm talking about literally it was the coolest thing because we getting hotels, flights, all of this for little to nothing. So we've been a lot of places because of that company and her racking up those points.
Oh, that's great.
Seriously.
Oh, that's great.
It worked out awesome for a long time.
Just a quick update on the poll question. If the market gets any quieter, you'll blank. Yeah, it looks like leading the way is taking a nap. Speaking of sleep and being your favorite sport there, Christian, I'm sure it sounds like you probably contributed to this high percentage of people taking a nap when the markets are quiet.
Right.
Yeah. You always hear, go take a lap, go exercise, go jog, go get away from the charts, right? Well, you can do that or you can take a nap. Whichever floats your boat. But yeah, that's number one. Doesn't look like there's a whole lot of coffee drinkers because that's the last place at 11%. Then back testing strategies, playing video games is tied at 28%. Hey, look, you know what? I used to play a lot of video games. I used to love playing the sports games. But then when I found trading, I literally just quit playing the video games and started trading because I kind of looked at trading as my video game. I don't know about you guys. But I just mentally just turned it into my video game because at least I knew I could get paid from this video game. So I wanted to learn everything I could.
Right. Oh, for sure.
Unless you're like a top gamer on YouTube and making buku bucks just sitting there playing on your, playing your game. Which kudos to those guys and gals that do it. But
for sure.
Yeah, I never liked video games that much.
Me neither. Some of my friends, like I was that person who went over there to like, oh, they're playing the game. I'm like, oh, I don't get into the game. Like, you want to play? I'm the person who always says no. Like, no, I'm
yeah.
What's up, Edgar?
Yeah.
Morning.
Morning, Edgar. All right, so Great upgrade. Yeah, Christian. Yeah, trading's a great upgrade from gambling activities or games. True. Yep. That is right.
Yeah.
And I mean, Mike, my nephew's hanging out with us for the next few weeks because he's going through some schooling nearby, and he brought his PlayStation 5. So we've been actually playing a lot of home run derby on there, on the Major League Baseball game, and I actually like it. It is kind of a nice break to get away from the charts, get away from whatever, and just kind of reset. So it's quite fun. I don't want to get too excited about it because I know that I'm going to probably want to buy a PlayStation 5 now just to go get that game. But then my challenge is I'll fall into that rabbit hole and then I'll just be sucked in and waste too much time. So that's kind of the battle
that's
I've got
my main
going on in my
right
head.
here. Is wasting too
I
much
want to
time.
risk this.
That's the last thing I want to be doing.
Yeah,
especially when you start lying down on the couch playing games.
Yeah. Because one thing that I'll do right is like, say for example, if like a new series or TV show comes out, that's why I have to be real cautious about how many seasons it is because I have to watch the whole thing.
A new season,
like I'm just
a new series. What did you say? A new series.
Yeah, new series, if it's too many, what is it? Seasons in a TV show. I'm like, yeah, I will have to watch the whole thing. So I don't even want to get started on it.
Yeah,
Right.
It's like fats, oils, and sweets. Use sparingly. Well, it's easier said than done. Easier said than done. Yeah, Edgar, I haven't personally done any online betting. It just got legalized here in Kansas where I live, I think a couple years ago. I got into it for like a few different games of football, and I just did it for it. I can't control that. See, that's the thing. When you're gambling or betting on DraftKings or MGM bets or whatever other things are out there, I don't have any control over that. I have control over my trading. It's people think trading is gambling, but when you learn how to put the probabilities in your favor, it's just a calculated risk, educated guess, high probability setups, right? I can control that. I can't control if the running back I'm watching breaks his leg in the first quarter and then I've screwed that part of it. Or the quarterback gets
that too.
Oh, well, you know what? Poly markets. I don't know. That's a good thought. I didn't think about that. Yeah. Well,
Edgar, what do you mean by you're a beast? Did you win 2K or what's happening there?
2000.
Oh, he's a good game. He a beast at 2000, 2K. Probably talking about the video game.
Oh, 2K. Yep. That was my favorite ones, Edgar. The basketball, the baseball, and the football. The American football, obviously. No, that was my favorite. So good stuff. Keep it coming. NBA 2K.
NBA
yeah,
2K.
That was one of my favorites.
Gotcha.
That was one of my
Shows my
favorites.
age.
I would always create myself as a shooting guard on there just to pretend I was in the NBA.
That's what you would do. We played basketball growing up. That was my thing. Like I was one of those people who swore I was going to the league. Seriously.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then I realized
it was
the opposite of you, Tiger. I'm like, man, everybody else is pretty tall. Like much taller than I am. I don't think the height was just not in it for me.
Well, and even my height, I'm only the average height of a point guard. It's not like I'm, relative to the NBA, it's not like I'm like a giant by any means. All the power forwards,
if you're
centers be
out.
out.
I'm 5'10". You're much taller than me.
Yeah. Well, that's what I'm saying. If you're talking height, I think I would just barely make the cut as a shooting guard, point guard. But even the shooting guards these days are getting up there, 6'5", 6'6". Some of them 6'7". But yeah, point guards. Point guards usually 6'2" to 6'4". So yeah, forget my lack of skill. I could definitely be there for the height as a point guard.
Yeah. That was the only thing they gave it to me. I'm talking about even when I lived in Chicago. Like, I mean, I used to get there and they'd be like, "We got him." They used to call me D Wade. Like, we got D Wade.
Yeah.
You got to be able to ball to play street ball in Chicago, South Side. Like, there is no you get no play time if you can't ball. So I mean, I'm getting on the court and they like, we got him. So I'm talking about I played basketball. I could have sworn I was going to the league.
Oh man,
But
I was keeping an eye on this demand zone on Bitcoin, but I forgot it's already been touched. Yeah, I don't think I want to mess around with that. I don't want to mess with it. Look how sexy that zone was at one point in history back here. Comes down, just wicks into that demand zone and took off. And that's just on a 5 minute. So that's why I say, guys and gals, you can still trade supply and demand on 5 minute time frame, 15 minute, because a lot of times when you catch them just right, they work perfect. But this is what you want to find when you're looking for zones. You want to see where price, you see the average range size of the candles, right? And then it kind of comes in, creates the zone, and then has those two gigantic expansion range candles that you can see from a mile away the origin of that strong move. So, practice that. Just go check out some charts in your free time and start looking for those big expanded range candles. What's an expanded range candle? Well, it's a candle that's like, 2, 3, 4 times the size of the relatively recent past of candles, if that makes sense. Right? See, all these are small. You had a little bit of a wick or a leg in candle. You had your base candle, and then bam, just takes off like a rocket. Anytime you find the origin of that move, check your volume or your volume spread analysis in the case of the currency market. As long as you got some volume to prove that that's to show that the effort matches the result. Wyckoff 101. Does the size of the volume equal the size of the candles themselves, the pricing candles, the Japanese candlestick, right? And that really essentially proves that was a real move and it wasn't a false move. So price comes down, just wicks in, unfilled orders take price all the way uptown. And then did make another demand.
Ishan still here in the chat? Is he still here?
Who's that?
Ishan.
Oh,
Iman. Sorry, Iman.
Isham.
Isham. Sorry. Isham.
Okay. So
sorry.
You got me.
You were right.
Is Isham here in the chat?
Yes, anyone that has not won a prize yet, guys, please make sure that you link your email address to YouTube bio there so that we can give you today's prize. I know most of you guys have won already, but there are a few here that's not won, so please do come forward. Let us know if you linked your email to your YouTube bio, and then we'll be selecting today's winner based on that. We are still there's still some time left, right?
Yep.
Yeah, still got like 40 minutes.
It's about 40-ish minutes left.
5 minutes.
Yep. But we can still select someone. So make sure you do that if you want to win that 10K challenge account. Please, please, please.
And then Christian says, trust me and buy Bitcoin, 120.20 entry. Christian, I mean, to be quite honest with you, it's not a bad little spot if you're looking at this most recent, we're really reaching here because we're looking on a 1 minute time frame. Well, you can see the same thing on the 5 minute, but yeah, I mean, you had this little bit of support, which is where that 120 area is at. Move it clear over here. Let's see here, 120. Trying to get the exact. Yeah. Oh, where did it go? I lost it. Try that again. Coordinates 120, 020. That's what I meant to do. I put it down. Is that right? 120, 200. Oh, 120, 200. Sorry about that. There you go. Yeah, I mean, look. You got this tiny little bit of support right there on the 120. It's obviously going through the bottom part of that demand zone. That demand zone just barely got tapped to begin with. I mean, yeah, it'd be a super tight spot. You know, if I were to get into a spot to a trade right there, I definitely wouldn't want to be having a typical stop loss. I'd probably want to pull it down a little more, maybe below this low.
Yeah,
just to be a little careful. Yeah, not saying that wouldn't work. Not saying it would. It very well could. It wouldn't surprise me if that price point worked. And not only that, but Bitcoin is now bullish. It's on my bullish bias. So, you know,
Christian, are you a crypto trader?
Yeah.
Do you trade or do you actually hold some crypto? What's the story there? What's the story?
Yeah. What's the story?
I bought 2 Bitcoins at $200 and then later found out that it was like a scam sort of exchange. It never existed.
Oh, you know what?
Unfortunately.
Yes, you have to be careful about that. I was on one yesterday just checking it out because it was, and I just found it on Google. Well, I heard about it. It's the one that the Trump sons and the Witkoff sons, they kind of formulated this company for their USD1 coin. I forgot what the token is called, but anyway, I just Googled their business name and it's a legit name. I saw them on the news. I found them on LinkedIn. So I went to just Yahoo search and I typed in the company name. The first one it popped up was a website and it had the exact name of their business. So I clicked on it and I started realizing that it looked kind of cheaply made. And then I looked at the website.
Be so careful.
Yeah, I looked at the website itself and whatever it was had financial in it. So they spelled financial wrong in the website and typed it in as
there we go.
Financial.
Yep. Financial.
So,
yeah, that'll do it. Yeah.
World Liberty.
Yeah, no, stick to the big ones, well known. That's been around for ages, in my opinion.
Yeah. Yeah.
Christian, so he says he only trades Bitcoin. Yeah. He listens to a lot of stuff, so he's got his ear on the ground. So he's not saying this randomly. No, 100%. Looks like you know what you're talking about, Christian. Good stuff.
Yeah, good stuff. You know what? Yeah, I mean, you know, I was already considering keeping an eye on this zone because I colored it green or light green, just telling me it's been mitigated or telling me it, you know, it's suspect in some way, shape, or form. So I'm definitely going to keep an eye on that area. Just throw me an alert down. And we'll circle back to you to see if it works or it blows through, right? But either way, it's an idea. Sometimes ideas work, sometimes they don't. Sometimes people are bullish, sometimes people are bearish. That's the point of trading. That's a market. That's the definition of a market, having competing views. So, good stuff. Web
Michael,
asked about
do you have anything happening on your side there?
No,
we got a question about zones.
Yeah, I'll just answer that real quick, and then I got to take care of some business real quick. Yeah, so
what business?
Do supply. Yeah, a lot of water. Do zones, do supply and demand zones.
I'll be right back.
Yeah,
cool. He's beating you to it.
No, that's fine. About zones. Do zones work before NFP moves? Do zones before NFP moves work? Yeah. Okay. So yeah. This way I would answer that is supply and demand zones is no different than any other trading style out there. I want to be careful before, during, and after that trade. Now the timing depends on when you start to see some volume pickup. You know, typically, like I know for our challenges, isn't it like what? Don't open a trade 5 minutes before or 5 minutes after the news event comes out. I think that's right, Coach Richard. And a lot of firms are like that. Well, that's there for a reason. It's not there to pick on you. It's there to save you from yourself, you know, in a lot of cases. But yeah, I mean, look, the only way I'll be happy with using that zone during, you know, before, during, or after a NFP or anything, interest rate decision, the only way I'm going to be in a trade at all is if I'm already up, depending on the currency, 50, 60, 70, 80 pips in profit. Because remember, I'm a higher time frame trader. So I'm typically going for 100 pips, 150 pip moves, right? Several days to a week. Now, it's obviously a little different of late just because it's scary to hold trades open over the weekend, just like Richard said earlier in the show. But yeah, if I'm in a trade and I'm up 50, 60, 70 pips, great example was the NFP from the last time. Actually, you know what? I'll just show you on the chart real quick before I pass it over to the gents for 2 minutes. So euro pound. This was the trade I was in when NFP came out. Let me see. That was Friday, 2 Fridays ago. So that was, what is today? Today's the 14th. So that would have been like, what day was that? Actually, I've got it on my other chart now that I think about it. Okay, so euro pound. Yeah, because this will save my trades, right? Yeah, here we go. Okay, so perfect. All right, so to answer your question, Webb, when I got into this euro pound trade here way back when, this was a 4-hour demand zone. So price came up, came all the way down. All right, it tapped me in. I got this nice little, when price touched that zone, I had some doji candles form, wicks on either side of the small real bodies. So I got a break of that with some pretty decent volume in my trade. Okay, it went sideways for a little bit, but then it finally came up. So when NFP came out right here at 7:30 a.m. Central Standard Time on August 1st, which was the start of my birth month, by the way. Just wanted to throw that out there. But by the time price had gotten to this point, I was already on reward to risk. I'd already achieved that. So what I ended up doing, just because I felt pretty confident about the direction, I went ahead and brought my stop loss above break even. Actually, I think I brought it up here. Yeah, because I brought it below these, I put it below these swing low points, right? So this was where I moved my stop loss. So it was obviously down here. I moved it up here. Okay, I've locked in at least a 1-1 because it was actually up more like 2-1. Now, keep in mind, euro pound slow, it moves like molasses. So by the time NFP came out, I was already up about, let's see, it was about 40, 45 pips. Well, doesn't sound like a lot, but again, take that times like 2 or 3 relative to other currency pairs and their average ATR, their average true range. I felt pretty comfortable in staying in that trade only because I was already in the profit on a slow moving currency pair. Right. So then obviously NFP came out. It went in my favor, pushed me up. I ended up taking a profit clear up here. Really good trade. But what would I do if price was right here? So I haven't yet gotten into the trade, or maybe I am in the trade. Maybe it's only come up to here. Maybe it's just dancing around this area, right? We're talking about a 10 pip range here. What would I be doing? I'd either, A, I would definitely not get into the trade, or B, I'd get the hell out of that trade 5-10 minutes before that report comes out. I don't want to be, and I know Michael and Richard probably agrees, I don't want to be a part of that during that high volatility period. Because even with this slow moving currency pair, look at the size of these candles leading up to the NFP report. Just really tiny, right? And then look what happens. Expanded range candles to the top, right? Just looking at these most recent candles. Look at the volume spike, right? you're talking 2.5, 3 times, or 3x, I should say, the most recent candles. A lot of people lost their account probably just on this one trade alone. Would you guys agree?
100%.
And if you go YouTube, go search on YouTube, just type in "lost my money on NFP." Just go do that. You'll find video after video of people selling the farm, putting it all on red, playing roulette, red or black, right? Whatever color you prefer. And then their account in a half a second goes from 10,000, 20,000 to zero because they were on the wrong side of that trade. So it is scary. I don't care. I've only been in trading 12 years, but somebody that's been in 20 years, 30 years, 40 years, they'll tell you the same thing. You can't never be too experienced to know exactly which direction the market's going to go. So,
yeah.
But again, I only was in it because I was already about 45 pips profit, and a big, sharp, spiky move on a euro pound. I felt comfortable enough with that buffer to stay in. Only reason I stayed in. Mm-hmm. So hopefully that's a nice graphic explanation of that for you, Webb. But yeah, exactly. That's why I avoid NFP, to be honest. Yeah, exactly. Any red folder event, it's just best. It's just not worth it. Even if you win big on that trade, even if you gain $150 on a $500 account, like that example we used this morning, that's the worst thing that can happen. Yeah, going the opposite, losing that big chunk of money is bad, but I think the worst thing is to win, because again, you're going to go do something silly, right?
Yeah.
And you keep.
I might have told you guys this story before, but when I first started trading, one of my closest friends, his name's Steve. We were trading, and this is when I didn't know we were trading around NFP. I didn't even know NFP was a thing, right? But we all got money in our trading account. NFP shoots up. He made like $1,400 in like, I don't know, 2 minutes. And he thought that was the best thing ever. He like, oh, I love this. I'm about to be a trader for forever now. Like, boom, boom, boom. That was his very first trade, guys. Worst thing ever that could have happened. Worst thing.
Yeah.
Right? Like, dude, trust me, that
really
was luck. That could not happen again. He like, I'm a trader. He made a whole thing about it. Like, is this real? I'm like, it's real. But you can't do that again. You know what I'm saying? Like, we got lucky on that. And I think he like over leveraged. It was supposed to be something really small. I think he got like $200 in the account. So like super over leveraged during NFP, and it happened to work out, right? So yeah, like Richard said earlier today, things like that, it reinforces bad habits, right? And if you reinforce those bad habits too much, it's hard to break those. It really is. It takes a long time to break some of those bad habits.
Yeah, and listen, we're in the same spot literally right now because we're only what we're 30 minutes, 35 minutes from U.S. Producer Price Index coming out, right? So this is a very similar situation to whether it's before NFP, rate decision, inflation reports, whatever. You just got to be careful around these times because the volatility starts whips on. Looks like we're in a 9.5 magnitude earthquake. Telemetry machine just going crazy for volume, for price action. It's just best to just chill, get you a bowl of popcorn, put your chart of choice on a 1 minute time frame, eat your popcorn, and stay the hell away from the buy or sell button, and just watch the sparks fly. Because you're going to see the retail traders getting in that don't know what they're doing, and the big banks are going to flip-flop price to collect all that liquidity to take price in the direction they wanted to go from the start. That's where the liquidity hunting is. This is a field day. This is a field day for the banks and institutions. I had Coach Tony on my show last night, and he agreed because he used to work for a financial firm, and we were talking about Fibonacci retracements. And he said, yeah, we would actually go and look at some of the zones around the 50, around the 61.8, knowing that everybody and their uncle, everybody and their dog are sitting there waiting to buy or sell in those areas. So that's a real thing. It's not something we just make up because it sounds like it makes us smart, because that's not it at all. That's a real thing. Same thing happens on my supply and demand zone. That's why I got to give it some wiggle room. Right. So
right.
That's just a little bit on all that. But gents, do you mind taking over for 2 minutes while I go?
Yeah, of course. Go ahead and get it over to my screen back in. Let's get my screen pulled up. Please move this window away from the shape. I don't know why it says that. Cool, let me reshare my screen here. You definitely want to avoid that high traffic news, guys. Like it's a gamble. Kind of like Tiger was saying earlier today. It can go from trading to gambling really quick, right? I tell everybody all the time that the line between trading and gambling is so thin that it's hard to tell where one ends and the other begins. Right? So best thing to do is stay away. Seriously. I mean, again, I want to take USD CAD. And if this EU actually sets up, right? That Kristen called earlier today, I believe. So yeah, we got this zone here, but can't really tell what's happening. Once again, I want to see, we got the first leg set in, right? So we got this first leg set in here. You see this is outside the band. That's not the trade to take. All right, we got this here. I want to see something happen just like this. Retest this area, come back up here. Actually, not even that high. We can scoot this down a bit. Let's get it down here. Right? Then I'll be all over this trade at this point. So nice 2 for 1. Right? 2 1/4 still. I will take this. I'll be all over this trade if this can set up. All over it. Right? That's what it'll look like on the chart. On a TDI, it'll look something like this. Right? Price will come up. Still want this inside the band and then going back up. Right? So definitely looking to take some longs here on EU if this sets up the right way, right? After news. Right? I probably won't take this till 9 o'clock. I'll try my best to remember to post this in the Discord. Yeah, EU is definitely looking pretty good. Right. From there, let's see here.
Sorry about that, boys.
Silver. Right. Silver looks just like EU, actually. Right. You guys look at this same thing, 5,200 cross. You got the W structure, right, with the reload. So the move was here. This was a nice move on silver. Right. From there, the next move will be once again this bounce off the 50. All right, put this somewhere around here. You're good to go. So if this sets up, same exact thing. Let's take this off. All right. Close here. Put this top up. Boom. Nice 1 for 1.5. This will be nice too. So silver can possibly set back up as well. Once again, the move first is off the 200. Second move is off the 50. All right, 5,200 cross. W structure going long. Next move is off the 50. Now, same exact thing here, though, guys. You can see that the RSI line is outside of the band. All right, so we want to make sure that we get something move like that.
Those termites are getting.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Getting it.
Let's see.
Oh, Webb's asking about pound Swiss.
Pound Swiss?
Yeah.
Pound Swiss. I forgot interested in that too much earlier today. Yeah, we're looking for something like this. We checked this out a little bit earlier. Yeah, same thing. This is going to take a minute to set up. I'm not taking this today. We got the 5,200 cross. Price has not touched the 200. Right.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah. I said that in the chat too.
Right.
Pound Swiss. Yeah.
So yeah. Nothing too much on pound Swiss at all. I wouldn't touch it. This needs to come down and retest this area. Right. There's also no reload. If I move this over, you can see prices above, market baseline is above the static. There's no reload yet. So you want this to come down. All right, so pound Swiss, nothing. I'm leaving pound Swiss alone for
yeah, because even on the fundamental point of view, just to throw that in there real quick, it's me a neutral score of a 0. It doesn't get any more neutral than that. Right?
Yeah.
So we just don't really have a direction. Yeah.
Plays for the day, in my opinion, which I'm going to be ready to take at 9 o'clock is, once again, starting at the top, is silver. Silver is looking this like this can set up. Right?
Yeah.
Silver can definitely set up. 5,200 cross, W structure off the 200. Next move is to bounce off the 50. I'll take this long if this sets up the right way. Between EU and silver, these are my favorite two pairs. I'm not really feeling gold for longs right now, I'll be honest. I took this hit yesterday on it for one. Remember I said this 5,200 cross to the downside. Right? I don't like to take the trades when it does that. For me, this is short. But I also mentioned, hey, this could totally just, make this structure off and go long. We could easily do that. Right? It still could totally just turn around. Right? Maybe you got something like this. Right? Maybe. I'm gonna leave it alone though. I'm gonna take silver. If anything, I'll touch silver. Let me see some longs in silver, and then I will be interested in it. Right, so silver is 1. 2 would be EU. Right, same exact thing. They look exactly the same. It's the same setup as what I would call the money trade. It's the bounce off the 50 after the W has happened basically. 5,200 cross. Let me check this off. You got the move off the 200. The next move is the bounce off the 50. Right. So EU and silver look just alike. It's the same exact trade. In fact, let me just put this here. Money trade. Right. This is one of my 5 setups. Is the money trade. Now, when you guys hear me talk about the reload, keep in mind that the reload happens off of the W off the 200, right? That's this move back here. That's why this move made sense. But when it comes to the money trade, which is the next move in the cycle, there's no reload with that. I just want to see price inside the band. That's really it. Which, as you can see right now, it's outside the band, but I want to see it come inside the band. Right, so move number 1 and 2, EU, and this is trying to set up, to be honest. I can already see it. Anyway, I got an alert set up for these. If these set up, I will be all over the both of them. Right, all over. And then my last one that I'm actually...
That's my top EU 2 portions too.
Oh, seriously?
Literally, yeah. Same ones. Same two.
Yeah,
Same two bullish for me.
Yep. Awesome. I love hearing that. So yeah, and then the last one I'm kind of checking out is USD CAD. Right. USD CAD is kind of, USD CAD is kind of in that area. Not too sure what to say about it just yet. Because again, oh man, remember this? Look how close this came to this alert. To the pip. To the pip. You guys see this alert? What does it say? Take it here.
Yeah.
Woo! Take it here. This thing came down to the pip.
What, it missed it by a pip?
Yeah. Well, to be honest, again, I didn't want to jump in before this news, so I would have taken it anyway.
True. Yeah.
Yeah. But if it does come down and grab and touches it throughout the news or 15 minutes, I like to do mine 15 minutes before, 15 minutes after, the little 30-minute window. That's how I do mine.
Yeah. Yep.
But yeah, if it pulls back and touches this, yeah, I'm all over it. So we'll see how it pans out. But yeah, this move will be pretty nice too. I would love to see something set up. As you can see, once again, we got the nice 5200 cross. 50 off the 200 here. You know, we're in level 2. And we're looking for that W structure off the. All right, kind of depends on how you see this, but this would be that W structure. Actually, it's probably could set in for another head and shoulders. I could totally see something like this.
Yeah.
And then run. All right, so we'll see. Yep. Again, after the news will tell it all. But yeah, that move definitely looks something like this. Just want to put my stop below this last swing point here. Target this 80-yard high. Nice 2.25. This would be nice too. All right, I can definitely deal with both of those.
That's right.
All right, so my main 3 setups today, I would love for E to just set up. If E can just set up,
yeah,
this would be great.
Yeah, EU or so.
Look like
one would tickle my fancy.
Yep. You just check this out too, right? So when I scroll down, this is the cool part about it being fractional, right? When I scroll down, this is the 15-minute chart. I'm seeing a nice pattern off of this as well. All right, we got the 5200 cross. So I know I'm in level 2. And again, this is a 15-minute chart. So again, level 2 on the 15-minute chart. But I'm looking for that W structure off the 200, right? You can see we got this outside the band here. Let this come on down, do it inside the band, and run on up. Something that looks something like this.
Run it, run it, run it.
All right. This would be nice if we can get this to go.
Run it.
All right, so definitely be all over this. I don't want this to just run up though. I want it to come down first. Maybe close down there and then come up and confirm. All right, let's check out the 4-hour chart, see what we got. To go long, see up. In the next 52 minutes, we need price to close above this. If it closes below, I'm not taking it. There will be no 4-hour confirmation on this setup. So you actually can't take it. Right, so I just want to see this bad boy close above at 9 o'clock, and I will be all over this trade. Right, just do a little something. So not bad at all. But yeah, that's pretty much all I'm looking at is these 3: UC, EU, and silver. The rest of them I'm not too interested in. I'll go through them really quick. I'm not going to do the deep dive today. I'm just going to do a high-level overview. Most of these are already drawn on here anyway. All right. I think we got out of here. Oh, we only got 7 minutes anyway. All right. So yeah, definitely get it done then. But yeah, not interested in NAS 100. Not interested in US 30. S&P 500. Not interested in that either. This is too high. I want to see something else. Right. Silver. I mean, gold. Yeah, gold got me yesterday with this. That's exactly why I be saying, like I said, my only if. This is exactly what I was talking about right here. But when gold gets here, I do want to know about it. So let's put an alert here. So let me know. All right. Let me know when you get right here.
Let me know. Let me know.
Right. Silver, of course, we just went over. Crude, not interested in crude. This is too far away from me. Bitcoin, not interested in this either. This is too far away. I guess this is pretty much the price for Christian said, somewhere around there, right?
What was it, 120, 200, 120,200, I think it was. Yeah. 100,
so,
100.
Little
higher. Yeah.
Yeah, not exactly perfect, but somewhere around there. I can see why he say that. Peso, again, we just look at this. We're not trading it. Just for rates purposes. See how much my cost of living is for the day. Right.
See how much
EU, we just
tequila you can grow, harvest.
Exactly.
How much agave harvesting he needs to do. He's got to figure out how much money he needs for his supplies. Go out and get his fertilizer, agave seeds.
Huevos y todo.
Sí, por supuesto. Pay a few people to help him out. Pay somebody to keep the monos away, the monkeys. They don't come and steal it.
You hit it right on the head, Tiger. Oh, man. Cool. So EJ, I'm not interested in either. Just gonna pass on this one. EN, you see this? Chop City. We're staying away from this. This is ugly.
Yes.
Yeah.
Talk to the hand.
Stay away from
hard pass.
Yeah, hard pass. This is ugly. EC. Don't like EC either. Still looking for this structure off the 200 with the reload. EG. We're just talking about this one. This is a no-no as well. I'm not touching EG. This is a pass also. EA. Oh, EA is all ugly. I'm definitely not touching this. Got the same little thing going on right here. Right? This is almost as ugly as it can get.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. That's just talking about boring. A week and a half, right almost here. 2 weeks of boredom. What's that in a super tiny range?
Yeah, from the first all the way till now. So for 2 weeks, this thing has been sitting in the same range for 2 weeks. Yeah, I'm good on that.
40 pips, 50
same
pip
thing
range.
here.
Yuck. Whatever that was.
Yeah, ugly. GU, pass for today. GJ, same thing. Pass for today. It's not it just yet. GA, same thing. Pass for today. Yeah, I don't like any of them except those three I already mentioned. I already looked at them all. GC, pass for today also. Need to come on down. GN, ugly. This is done. So even if this is what I mean when I say the W has already happened, right? 5,200 cross W happened. Even if this came down and made another W and went long again with the reload, I wouldn't take it. I'm only interested in this first one. First reload, that's it. Everything else is no.
Oof. Woof.
Yeah. Woof.
Woof. Woof. We got a minute and a half. Yeah, so
that's pretty much it, guys.
Yeah, and I agree. I'm right there with him on the euro dollar and the silver, because I'm looking at the same too. But as far as the popcorn trade of the day, ladies and gentlemen, I would encourage you to sit back and watch the dollar Japanese yen currency pair. Just again, get you some breakfast, some lunch, some dinner, get you a bowl of popcorn, get you a nice bubbly, pop your bubbly open, put it on a 1 minute time frame. Just sit there and sip on your goodies, eat your popcorn, whatever you want to do, and just sit and watch the price action. Why dollar Japanese yen? Well, it moves the fastest out of all the dollar pairs. It moves on average 130 pips in a day. The average true range, the ATR. So look that up. Go type in. You can go to DeepSeek, Chat GTP, whatever, and just type in what is the ATR for all the currency pairs. Maybe the majors, or the minors, whatever you prefer. But just find which ones move the fastest. If in this case for the dollar, since we got the PPI coming out, and just go sit and watch. Just sit on your hands. Stay the heck away from the buy and sell buttons for sure. But that way you can at least sit and watch. Watch to see how they react. So, but yeah, we pretty much reached the end of our stream, gents. Any last thoughts before they kick us out of here?
No, that'll be it, guys. Just like you just said, keep it up. Make sure you guys are not trying to trade that stuff. Be safe out here. And guys, we will catch you on the next one tomorrow. We got a 15-minute break, and then the next guys will come on and open up for the New York guys. So stay tuned. We'll catch you on the next one. Thanks for showing up, guys. We appreciate it, and we will see you tomorrow. Same bat time, same bat schedule.
That's right. That's right.
Rich, appreciate you. Tiger.
Have a
catch
good
you
one.
guys tomorrow.
Get those termites. Go get those termites.
Yes, good. All right, guys. Take it easy.
Have a good one. Peace.
Hola Prime. Trade with transparency.